Welcome to the December 16th, 2024 meeting. It is 6:30 p.m., so we're going to go ahead and get started. Item 1A, Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me. All right. Before moving forward to 1B, I would just like to thank both Michelle Blondeel and Chris Costa for their service to the Board of Education. This is their last official meeting, and so I wanted to thank the two of you and recognize you for your service to our district and certainly to our community. So thank you both.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thanks.
Item 1B, approval of agenda items / items for discussion.
I move that the agenda for the December 16th, 2024 regular meeting be approved.
Support.
Motion by Mrs. Coleman, supported by Mr. Costa. Any discussion?
I move to modify the agenda to add the resolution that I submitted to the board last week in regards to having open committee meetings. I move to add that as action item D.
Motion by Mr. Scott to add action item D, committee resolution.
Yes. And I did email it to everybody last week. I did give everyone a copy, and I do have copies for anyone in the audience who might want one as well.
Is there support for Mr. Scott's motion? Second by Mr. Gogolewski. Discussion.
Is this the same item that is already on the agenda, committee structure, for a discussion?
So I think this is Madam President may want to correct me, but I believe this is what instigated adding the committee item as a discussion item. My concern with waiting, 2, 3, 4 months to formalize open committees is there's a lot of work that needs to be done in that time period. And I believe what this resolution, currently, the policy does not forbid open meetings. It doesn't call for closed meetings. It's just the board's practice historically to have closed committee meetings. So I think that's a practice we should discontinue immediately. And then President Glaybach is working on some policies that would help kind of craft exactly what that looks like in the long run.
And I did send that to everyone. It was a revision for 0155.
I guess I feel like it kind of gets the cart before the horse to make the resolution before we make any policy changes that support it. I don't know if I'm alone in that, but I feel like if they're so related, that to have the discussion and be more informed about what direction the policy is going to go in before making a resolution.
Yeah, I think, like I said, my concern is that if we're currently violating the Open Meetings Act or walking the line when it comes to the Open Meetings Act, then I think it's more necessary to change that immediately. And so that's my reasoning for wanting to add that to the agenda for tonight.
But, at least I can speak for the committees that I sit on. We do not walk that line. We do not make decisions. They're information only, and there's never a quorum. So if we're not walking that line, if we're following the rules that we're supposed to when it's a closed meeting, then I don't understand why we have to make the resolution.
Yeah, that can certainly be part of the discussion, and I have some opinions from the Attorney General I can read, and I also have some other entities and their recommendations regarding the Open Meetings Act and their interpretations of the Open Meetings Act, and also some discussions I've had with MASB attorney and some of the MASB orientation materials as it comes to best practices. So I think that's all part of a good, healthy discussion.
Mr. Scott, just to clarify, are you looking to add it to action item? So it'd be 2D, or would this be additional?
2D action item, yes, sir.
Thank you.
It's already on the discussion, so this would be moving it to action.
I mean, I know we're going to vote to move it, but I would agree with Mrs. Coleman. It seems like we're kind of jumping ahead here you're going to be revising a number of policies with this. It doesn't seem to make sense to make it an action item tonight.
And the reason that I did send a proposal for a transition of policy was because I didn't feel like our current policy necessarily supports this with any meat. It's very just kind of short and sweet, and I feel like if we're going to make a transition of that such, we do need a policy that's very clear that supports that transition, and that's what I sent the board. Any additional discussion?
I would like to add, I think we had a discussion about this early on when we first got on the board, because as a community member, I wanted to be invited and see if I could attend some of the committee meetings, and I know that there was some opposition to it. So for me, I'm supportive of this, and so just wanted to make that known.
All right, we're going to start with the motion by Mr. Scott to modify the agenda to add item 2D, which is the resolution to commit to open committee meetings with public attendance and comment. Mr. Scott,
Yes.
Mr. Gogolewski,
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman,
No.
Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mr. Costa,
No?
Mrs. Blondeel,
I'm a yes.
and I'm a no. That motion passes. Any additional discussion? Would someone like to make a motion to adopt the modified agenda?
I move to adopt the modified agenda.
Second.
I'll admit I might have done that a little bit backwards, but thank you all for rolling with it. Motion by Mr. Scott, supported by Mr. Gogolewski for clarification to adopt the modified agenda. The modification is item 2D for all of those who are following along.
Will you be dropping the discussion item?
No,
Okay.
because I want to continue with my discussion item.
Yeah, I think the policy is still needed.
Any discussion on the modified adoption? Mr. Scott,
Yes.
Mr. Gogolewski,
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mr. Costa,
Yes.
Mrs. Blondeel,
Yes.
and I'm a yes, that motion passes. Mr. Gogolewski used to be first, and so I keep having to check myself. All right, item 1C, consent agenda.
I move that the consent agenda for the December 16th, 2024 regular meeting be approved.
Support.
Motion by Mrs. Coleman, supported by Mr. Costa. Any discussion on item 1C, consent agenda? Hearing none. Mr. Scott,
Yes.
Mr. Gogolewski,
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mr. Costa,
Yes.
Mrs. Blondeel,
Yes.
and I'm a yes, that motion passes. Item 1D, superintendent's report.
Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight, everyone. First thing on the agenda, I'd like to ask Mr. Trahey to come up front. Mr. Trahey is our auto technology teacher at the high school. He had a special opportunity to go out of state to a conference to learn more about what he can use in the classroom and teach kids. So I asked him, because it was out of state, to come and talk to us about what he learned and how he'll apply it in the auto.
Sure. Well, thanks for having me tonight. Again, I'm Dan Trahey. I teach auto at the high school. And a month ago, I went to the SEMA show. The SEMA show is a Specialty Equipment Marketing Association, and that is the largest automotive trade show there is. I had a couple goals in going there. First off, I was looking for a lot of EV training, deep dive EV training. One of the struggles, I shouldn't say struggles we have, but one of the challenges I have going forward is what are we going to teach on the EV side? You know, I have an advisory board. You know, I share my advisory board with Pinckney and Brighton. And with talking with our local dealerships, we're not getting a lot of feedback from those guys on what a repair looks like. And that's simply because here in Livingston County, they were not selling a lot of EVs. Talking with Brighton Ford, the only work that they're really doing is all the recalls that they've had on the Mocs and the F-150 Lightnings and so forth. You know, LaFontaine's had, you know, we've had the Volt for a number of years, and they're just simply not seeing a lot in there. Anyhow, so I took a couple classes when I was down there. One was on EV general service, and then the second one I did one on a Tesla. The Tesla training was really deep dive into repairing their electric motors. They have a really high failure rate in their electric motors and a coolant seal. If you're not aware, EVs, they have cooling systems that cool their batteries and their motors, and there's a high failure rate in these Tesla Model S's. Anyhow, so went through training on how to do that particular repair. They also shared the curriculum with us, so that is, I'm going to now slide that into my curriculum when we are teaching electrical. Now I have some meat and potatoes behind, you know, what does an EV repair look like? And what are they doing out in the field? Now this is an aftermarket company that has come up with a kit, and replacing the bearings is when the coolant leaks, it wipes out the bearings and all that. Tesla's answer to it is to just simply replace the motor drive assembly. If you're familiar with Teslas, they are terrible when it comes to their service parts. You would be really waiting 3 to 4 months for this part. So there's a lot of shops on the West Coast that are doing nothing but doing this particular repair because obviously, you know, Teslas are very popular out there. So that was one of my goals, is to do the EV training. Also did an ADAS training, that is assist driver systems. So that is all of your lane assist, your adaptive cruise. I wrote a grant last year and replaced our alignment machine. This would be a secondary partner to our alignment machine. So went through some training in there. Got some demos from a couple different manufacturers. The beauty of going to the show, you also get all of the manufacturers are there. You're not dealing with salesmen, you're dealing directly with the company. So along with the EV training, also did some shopping out there when I was out there as well. Currently looking to add a few welding booths in the auto lab. Currently, when we weld, we really do not have any dedicated ventilation system there, and that gets really problematic when you've got 30 kids trying to weld, and I do a pretty good job of sticking up the west wing. So met with a couple companies out there. We're looking at doing, this company makes a pair of welding booths. They have integrated HEPA filters, so I don't have to get air makeup unit to come in, big, vents on the side of the building, nothing like this. This is all encased into the booth. I've met with Matt Marino. There is going to be a little bit of electrical impact. We're out of all of our circuits in the auto, so we're going to have to bring in another panel, but Matt's already worked with our contractor. I've already got a quote on that. So going forward, I'm going to be writing a grant, another Margaret Dunning Foundation grant. It's a private foundation that we wrote a grant last year. And this year we'll be doing the same thing with the welding equipment as well, because we're going to be picking up obviously 4 more welders too to go with each booth. So I know that was 3 days out there. It's really packed. That was a really high level crash course of what I did for 3 days. But do you guys have any questions? Yes.
So with adding or potentially adding the EV stuff and again, getting the curriculum, Do you have what you need right now as far as hands-on training materials for the students, or how do you see that evolving?
No, absolutely not. Technically, my program is accredited through the ASE, Automotive Service Excellence. As of right now, today, it is not technically in our curriculum. That is changing. What that's going to look like, I'm not sure. We're probably going to go to simulators. I have zero desire to go out and purchase or get a Tesla or any other EV, because it's a whole nother ball of wax that's, with the dangers of having an EV and stuff, and then we need chargers and all that. But to answer your question, no, not right now.
What about just the motors? Could you use just the motors?
I would love to get a cutaway. In fact, on the Tesla class I went to, I really wanted to take key to have a really nice cutaway of one. And that's what we're kind of, as of right now, I don't have any corporate Tesla connections on how to get one.
Would that
be? Me, Brighton, and Pinckney were all trying to get one as well, but haven't had any much luck yet.
Would that be specifically a Tesla or
No,
a cutaway
it
of
can be,
any of the EV?
It can be anyone. It can be anyone.
Did anything catch your eye when you went window shopping and all, or?
Oh, yes. Yeah, we were looking at welders, we were looking at a lot of things.
Okay.
We're building, like the kids are building a 64 T-Bird, so we looked at a lot of hot rod parts out there as well. So,
I'd like to ask, when the kids graduate from your classes, are they able to go and find a job as a mechanic? That's
Sure.
excellent.
Sure, I have plenty. I have, I think 3 right now at Brighton. I have 2 of them are graduates. I have, I think, 2 or 3 at LaFontaine. Yeah, we have a lot floating around now.
Excellent.
They leave with, they take a ASC, they take the student version of the ASC test. So we're right around about a 75% pass rate there. And then there's also additional certificates that they can earn while they go through, assuming they go through Auto 1, 2, and 3. So they are pretty employable when they get out, and the industry is starving for young techs.
Thank you, Dan. For the Board of Education, just a little quick finance piece of information. We, through our CTE programs and our shared time program, we do receive what's called added fund cost dollars, which is CTE-based, Perkins-based, and those can be quite substantial. Certainly the last couple of years, we've had some increased funding through grants that brought in last year. It was something like throughout the county, $3.5 million of special equipment. I understand this morning I talked with Michelle Radcliffe, Dan, who there's going to be some more money available. So
Okay.
you'll want to be talking with her about how we put our orders in and what that looks like when we look at all of our career tech programs throughout the county. So we do have money often to do lots of upgrades. So we'll look at those, and Dan knows the
Been very
process.
fortunate in the past 3 years. I think we've brought in, I'm just south of, I think, $193,000 in capital equipment grants in the past 3 years. So we'll continue
I wonder
that.
if we could put like a call out to our public or our district, to make that connection to get a cutaway.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
To make that connection, make that corporate connection to help get surely there's somebody in this community who might have that connection. So good take back.
I ask my
Maybe we-
students all
Actually,
the
if
time,
you'd
does
like, I
everybody
can
work at-
help you with that, so.
So,
There you go. You got to
I'm
take
happy
her.
to help you with that, so.
okay, great.
We can talk offline and
Sure.
figure out how we can get one and potentially even a battery.
And Dan, I have a lot of insight into the future of the EV markets and what the automotive industry is doing right now. So I think that I could share that with you. That might help you as well.
Sure. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
All right. Go home, Dan. Next, we have a new hire. James, if you could bring Hunter up and introduce her. This is our 19th hire this year as a teacher in the district. So Hunter, you're number 19.
All right. Good evening. I'm excited to introduce you to Mrs. Hunter Fedorchuk Thomas. The kids will call her Mrs. Thomas. We have a mid-year retirement in our math department. Chad Kawa is going to retire. here on Friday. And so congratulations to him. So that leaves us an opening for some geometry and algebra 3. And Hunter is the perfect fit for that. We interviewed her and then reached out to some references. And they all said outstanding things about her, as well as our interview committee. They mentioned things like knowledgeable, organized, positive, team player, great with curriculum planning and instruction. And she's currently teaching at Livonia Clarenceville through the end of the week. And I reached out to her principal there, and she was actually a mid-year hire at Clarenceville in the past. And her principal said it was a seamless transition, and she really calmed the waters there in a mid-year hire, which is difficult. So I'm looking forward to her doing that for us. It's been a great year. Mr. Kawa's done a great job and set her up for success, and she's going to be left in a good spot to start. Her principal also mentioned that she's one of the best young teachers that he's worked with, and he's been around for some time. So that says a lot. So I'm excited to have Hunter on our team. I think she's going to be a great fit and start teaching some geometry and algebra 3 to our students. So Hunter?
Like Mr. Fitzgerald said, I'm Hunter Thomas. I just want to say thank you for having me, and I'm really excited for this upcoming opportunity.
Awesome. Great to have you.
Welcome.
Cameron, can you come up here real quick? So this is Coach Cameron, and Coach Cameron is he's one of our technology experts in the district, but he and another coach, and I'll let you talk about it, okay, Cameron, 2 years ago came to us and said, we would like to sponsor and be a part of an esports team. And last year in the fall, their first year running the esports team, they were second in the state. This year, the students first in the state, and the second year in the program. And quite a great bunch of kids. Every time I go in there, they are, as I was telling Cameron, and he knows, the kids are just so happy, and what a great group of kids. They have one more thing that they can be involved in our high school to stay connected. So Cam, can you talk a little bit about where you are and where you think you might go as a program?
Well, we're definitely growing. We have almost doubled in size just from 1 year. But it's been really exciting to see so many kids that have come in. Some of them are coming in from like a basketball background, football background, other sports as well, soccer, things like that. But for the most part, this is the first time that they've ever been a part of a team. So it's been really exciting to hear from the kids and how much this drives them to go to school and do well, because we still do enforce good grades, good attendance, things like that. So it's really cool to see and see them grow and do well. These 3 kids, 5 kids, 3 of them that start and 2 on the bench, but they're a great group. They're so much fun. They have, we used to joke with them that they have ice in their veins. They were giving us a heart attack during the state championship, but you would never know looking at them. They were just locked in and just representing Hartland really well. After each game, they went and shook hands with the other team, even when the other team didn't quite want to. But they were doing a great job of showing sportsmanship and just really representing our community with pride and dignity. So, yeah.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Congratulations. If you haven't noticed, if you watch our board meetings, Cam and his team are here every time, and you'll see that the agenda items are up there, and you can see everybody, you can hear everybody really well. And I know there's been some thoughts about, do it better, but since we changed to this style with YouTube, I think that our board meetings are much more easy to follow. So Cameron, I appreciate all the information that you're putting up there as we're going through the meeting. So thank you. All right, so ends the superintendent's report.
Awesome. Thank you all. Moving to item 1E, call to the public. This is just a reminder that This portion of the agenda is for citizens to address any questions or comments to the board. Speakers are asked to express themselves in a civil manner with due respect for the dignity and privacy of others who may be affected by your comments. Each speaker may be limited to 3 minutes. At the 2-minute and 30-second mark, I will wave my handy-dandy yellow folder so that you have a heads up. Other than that, we will go ahead and get started. First up, we have Ella Nikitin.
Hello, my name is Ella Nikitin. So I want to take a moment to share my thoughts on the new bathroom policy that one of the board members has introduced. First of all, I am happy to see that that the board is now, capable of using they to refer to one person. I remember that being a really contentious issue last year for some reason, and I'm glad to hear that, now the board is in agreement that it is an okay thing to do. Now, the portion where, you want to, police where all people, including visitors and members of the public, can use the bathroom. Some of you, have your opinions about where people like me should be using the bathroom, but the reality is that if I walked into the men's bathroom, then people would tell me I'm in the wrong bathroom. That's not like an opinion, that's just like what's going to happen. And, you're sitting here trying to offer up as a solution having the single occupancy bathrooms. There isn't enough of them, Like, for example, in this building, I'd have to go all the way to the other side of the building. The other issue is regarding, use of a birth certificate to decide which bathroom people have to go to. First of all, I'm not even sure where my birth certificate is. So, if you want to, enforce that policy on me based on that, have fun finding it because I don't know where it is. And, it's not even a Michigan birth certificate. It's from like another state too. So, just a lot of unclear things regarding this policy. Just, biological sex is also like really not very clear. There's a lot of different definitions as to what that could be. And, obviously you went with birth certificate, but like I said, not sure where that is. So I'm not sure how you plan on dealing with that. And, finally, I will raise the issue, not everyone has, it's not obvious just by looking at people, even with what your policy says, which bathroom they belong in, And now you're going to open up the possibility of it being challenged. For example, my mom would always get mistaken for a boy as a child. So how is that going to work in that situation?
Next up, we have Larry Parsons.
Good evening, everybody. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. I'm happy to hear that there are sane policies being passed now through the school board. It's a proud thing to see. We've been through some rough times and there's been some crazy stuff, especially in the bathrooms, when you have teenage girls begging adults to get boys out of the girls' bathrooms. We should never be there. That's a bad place to be. protecting our children should be our first job. And we all know what the right thing to do is. Each and every one of us actually knows. We shouldn't be cowering down to extremists like the Biden administration or the current Attorney General. Our children, we dropped them, but there was a school shooting today. Does everybody know that? But there was 2 people killed in Wisconsin. It was a private school. Shooter went in and shot some people. Kids should be safe in school. And that means we have to take sane steps to do this and not just, it's not a gun's fault. Guns don't get up, get dressed, and go do evil things. You're educators. It's your job, or you're the board, but it's your job to hire the educators that work with the parents to install the morals in society. I never would have thought about taking a gun to a school. You know what my dad would have done to my rear end? I wouldn't have been afraid of that deputy over there. I'd have been afraid of what my old man was going to do to my hind end. Did he have a gun safe? Nope, he kept his guns in the closet. Do you think I ever touched one? Because I knew what he'd do to my hind end if I did. Never even thought about it. He told me if I wanted to shoot a gun, we'd do it at the range, we'd do it together, and by God, that's exactly what we did and exactly what happened. But I just wanted to take a little bit of time to thank the majority in this board that sits here today for what you're going to do tonight and what you did last month. It's deeply needed. Keep the kids safe. Thank you.
Next, we have Len Patilla.
Yeah, I want to comment on a couple things from the September board meeting. There's a lot of discussion about how well Hartland did with the M-STEP scores, and rightfully so. The teachers, students, and parents did a great job. I want to remind everyone else of what happened 2 years ago. The clean slate. Michelle, Greg, and Glenn were elected and promised to bring transparency and accountability to the district, and that's what they did. They asked the tough questions and put the district on a firm foundation, stopped the decline, and improved the district. So I want to thank Michelle Blondeel for her service over the past couple of years. I know it wasn't always easy standing up to 4 Liberal board members and a superintendent trying to push their woke agenda on the district, but you stood your ground. You always stood up for all students and not any individual group like some of your fellow board members. So thank you for a job well done.
George Skendi.
Hello, everybody. I want to start today with an email that is going around for a couple of days that the principal of high school sent it for the parents to evaluate the job that the school is doing. And I like it. There are a lot of good points that you see over there. But usually when you take a survey, you take only one time. I don't know who put that together in this way, but you can take that survey about like 5-6 times, or you can send to the people in cemetery to take the survey to, or wherever you want. So before you do this, guys, check a little bit how many times the survey has to be taken or is left with a purpose in this way. I don't know. I can't put a finger to anybody or talk more about this one. Second that I want to add is the gentleman that talked first here, the teacher for automotive, he's doing really a great job. And I have a feedback from both of my sons. And what I want you guys to ask about technology that you are putting in the school, you have a guy that is technology director, make $160,000 a year. So he should put some work on that and bring some CNC machining, bring the PLC programming and so on, because I know from my time with my first son finished the school, some kids that are his friends are making $6 figures now in year. That will take a kid that goes in college probably a minimum of 10 years to go to $6 figures. So you guys will have to promote more that the people need, especially in electrical field, in mechanical field, machining. And I can see now that a lot of jobs are going to, if the Trump will put the tariff to China and other places, I can see a lot of jobs are coming here again in United States. So we need people to work on those jobs and to make money and to support their life much better than going in a school after they're milking them out and starting the work with minus $100,000 debt from the bank or wherever they borrow the money. So think a little bit more what that gentleman told you and add a couple of more things. I'm more than open to, if you guys have anybody to take over there, I work for Stellantis, and to meet somebody that probably will give to you guys a help, or somebody who wants to be connected in automotive industry. I was looking to tell him, because in 2 days is going to be a show over there at us, that I can take that gentleman inside and to see the electric vehicles and everything. Yeah, I'm wrapping up. So thinking this way a little bit to help the people, the kids more, to make more money and to start their life with zero debt. Thank you.
Next, we have Julie Ohashi.
This district has an apparent weapon-free school policy. School board attendees have witnessed people walk into this boardroom carrying guns on them. When this was brought to the board's attention, there was refusal to even so much as state a reminder to the public that this is supposed to be a weapon-free zone. When there was zero effort to even attempt to enforce this school policy, parents of children with special needs, those with biracial kids, marginalized families begged board members to consider opening up the call to public via Zoom in order for their voices to be included, since they were worried for their physical safety by continuing to attend these school board meetings. However, the request was denied, which has effectively silenced anyone's voice who is intimidated by these people with guns. The only reason to allow cards to be accepted to the end of the call to public is so that folks can respond to other commenters, dragging it out and allowing for squabbling. I don't see why this is more important than people's physical safety. Marginalized families have been excluded from these meetings. Why aren't we considering ways for our most vulnerable to be safely included? Why is Zoom call to public not being considered? Keller wanting school board members to have free reign access into the schools. I want to remind folks that over 1,000 parents were so worried when Gogolewski made statements that he would be unsafe around students that they demanded in writing that all board members require a background check. See? Currently, Hartland school board members are not bound by school policy to have required background checks done, something that every single adult on campus must complete before allowing our access to our children. The only qualification to be a school board member is that people vote you in, so we're basically allowing unfettered access to our kids to the winners of a popularity contest. How many ways can that go wrong? Remember the Boy Scouts? How about the many Catholic dioceses that had to file bankruptcy for allowing just anybody access to kids? The 242 Church in Brighton has a current issue with a now ex-worship pastor director who took advantage of his position by placing hidden video cameras inside the church's bathroom. It just doesn't seem like a good fiscal policy to set the district up for liability when someone who happens to get elected just gets sued for something that should have been caught on a background check. But the opt-out of DEI proposed policy is probably the most ridiculous, allowing kids from the most racist families, the repeat racial offenders, will be given a free pass because their racist parents don't believe their racist ways are racist. You see, there are racist students in Hartland, as determined recently by the courts, who criminally charged a group of white boys for stalking, assault and battery, etc., of a black female classmate. So given that these repeat racial offenders will be given free passes, I expect to be able to opt my biracial child out of any class that opt-out DIA kids are in. I need to know that my kid isn't being subjected to such harm. There is so much stupid crap on this agenda tonight that's going to be getting reversed anyways, but everybody appreciates your time suck, guys, and your attention grab tonight, so have fun with that.
Dave Van Auker.
Right. Well, I thought about what I was going to talk about, and I decided to change directions here. What I would like to bring up, I brought up before, and I'll bring it up again. 2 signs here. They need to be towards the center. This is your product. I've been talking about branding. So this is your brand. You don't want them cut off on YouTube, and you don't want to be sticking them off in the corner just here. This is your stage. This is where you present yourself. You want to show off what you're about and let people know what you can do. I've learned a lot about people can decide what they want to be no matter where they are. One of the things that I've always liked about Hartland, I felt good about it being here, is that anybody can move to higher levels of greatness as long as you are willing to recognize what those things are, recognize what needs to be corrected, and constantly make modifications. I have to do that in my own life, but I can tell you that you don't have to be the big fancy school. You got some nice stuff going, but it's the culture here that matters, the willingness to make changes like this, so you let people know who you are, and that trickles down through your system as a culture. Right now, those 2 signs are being cut in half on YouTube, and people are not getting your message. This is part of why I brought out the idea of what kind of posters are going on at the pool, what you're promoting, because it's not promoting you, it's promoting somebody else. And you guys can go as high as you would like to go. I work for a company in Oklahoma City. Where were we now? We saw people from all over the planet treating patients. I did research there. It was a bunch of cowboys, cowboy boots, and wearing scrubs, okay? Just a bunch of good old boys treating families like the Kennedys, all right? So that means that you guys are not any different than them. So shoot your goals a little bit higher, because you guys can do it, all right? You definitely can. There's nothing special in the water in Ann Arbor or in Brighton that isn't. It's all the same here. So start showing your light a little bit more and letting people know what you're about and what you can do.
Aaron McKenna.
Good evening. My name is Erin McKenna, and I am a parent to 2 children at Lakes Elementary. I'm just going to want to reiterate what Julie said just a few minutes ago. I agree 100% with everything she said, so I just want to lift her words up again. But I am going to go through a few points of few points myself. The social media changes, I wanted to point out I'm not in favor of this. There are already plenty of avenues in order to communicate with our administration and to provide grievances, and this just seems extremely unnecessary. And there's already public platforms to do this on. Keeping our Hartland page positive and announcement focused and keeping politics, which that's where it will go, out of it, I find to be very important. I want to just find the information I need and not the BS. The terms of the school boards, this also seems to be unnecessary. As you guys know, this job takes a while. It's a job. It's not just volunteer work. It's a job for you guys. And it takes you guys time to learn it, as any job. So if we get somebody that's willing to stay on and especially if they can continue to get voted in, let's continue to let them. Why are we hampering ourselves? We already struggle to find people to try to be elected to these positions. The board orientation changes regarding the passes, the all-access pass for the board members. No, absolutely no. I do not want a single one of you, no matter how well I know you, going in there without signing in and having been properly vetted. Like, it doesn't take that much. Just go through the office. I would also, the orientation part of that change and having an equivalent training, why? Why do we need an equivalent training? Take the training so everyone takes the same training. That's been vetted, go with it. I would even go as far as to say there's additional training that the board needs. Our society is changing, and we need to continue to educate ourselves. I would go as far as to say that the board needs to take DEI and erase trainings at identifying how our education and our institutions are historically racist and not equitable. As Angela Davis said, in a racist society, it is not enough to be non-racist, we must be anti-racist. And lastly, the bathroom policy. Again, this is an extremely discriminatory policy, and it should not be enforced. And I will leave at that since the bell went. Thank you.
Moving on to item 1F, committee and building reports. Some of the committee report items we are going to address in some of our discussion items, but Mr. Scott, do you want to kick us off? I have a question before you kick us off. Have you been assigned a building yet?
No.
Okay, I'll get with Mr. Keller to make sure that by the next board meeting you have a building.
Okay. So no building report. I had the Building and Site Committee meeting that we talked about at the last board meeting, and we talked about the ongoing transportation issues. Since it's going to be on here through the rest of the agenda in multiple places, I don't think I need to take up much time with it. I think we'll get plenty of time to get an update and kind of a plan moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gogolewski?
Thank you. Yeah. Earlier today, I was fortunate enough to be part of a meeting with many of the admin staff regarding some of the situations that we have currently going on with the DOJ. It was a highly productive meeting. It was very good to air different sides of concerns, and I look forward to the next one that we have. But we did, I feel that we made a lot of progress. We reviewed a ton of statistics and information regarding the makeup of our students, and I think there will be some good things coming out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gogolewski. Just for the public's awareness and the board's awareness, I have asked Mr. Gogolewski to kind of, when appropriate, through this process as an attendee of the training, just keep us kind of up to speed on what's happening in the training, the minutes he's taking, and so on and so forth. So I'm sure we'll get some as things progress. But Mrs. Coleman?
Thank you. Let's see, obviously, building and site, I was part of that meeting as well, and we will be covering quite a bit of that later. I'm also part of the DOJ team, so I was in that meeting a couple weeks ago with our representative from the MAP Center. I wasn't able to make it to the meeting today with our internal team, but thank you, Dave, for that information. I'll follow up with you with any questions. I have had the pleasure of visiting one of my schools for the building liaison program. I've been around twice, I think, since our last meeting. We moved up this month's meeting because of break. And of course, it's always such a great time to be around and to hang out there with the teachers and the kids. And then at Creekside, at my last visit there, I'm also representative on the high school PAC, and I was asked to deliver donuts to Creekside on the day that I just happened to be meeting with Misty Gunn. And the donuts were for a group of high school students that were coming over to the school to meet their pen pals, their third and fourth grade pen pals at Creekside. There's a teacher, an English teacher at the high school that coordinates this. I believe her students or her children are students at Creekside. And I got to tell you, it was probably the highlight of my year, my school year so far, to be able to witness the interactions between these high schoolers and these kids, that they've been writing letters since August, probably at least a letter a month either way, and to be able to meet the person in person and interact with them. It was the sweetest thing to see some of these kids just staring in awe at these big kids, and these big kids devoting all their time and attention to the little kids. And it was a great experience for them, I'm sure, in mentoring and in learning how to interact and how to have a conversation and how to have eye contact. And I guess the teacher, the high school teacher, she was bringing the students over. They walk over from the high school. She was telling them that you are the superstars. You are the celebrities in the room, so you have to make the move because these kids are going to be awestruck. And it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool to watch it all happen and watch it unfold. So I was super thankful to be part of that. And I guess the last thing I just want to say is to our teachers and our staff and our administrators, we're in the home stretch. I know the countdown is on. I've had conversations, I've seen the Facebook posts. I know you guys are all on the countdown, just a few more days to go, but thank you for all your hard work and for getting our kids through. This is my first run with high school finals, so it's a struggle. I know the struggle is real, so thank you for all that you do. And happy holidays.
Awesome. Mr. Keller?
All right, thank you, President Gleibach. Wish everyone a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. As Kristen mentioned, the clock's kind of winding down, so I'm sure everyone's looking forward to a nice long break. A couple highlights for Oar Creek, the middle school. Tomorrow, actually, there is a band performance going on in the high school auditorium at 6:30. There was some STEM activities for 7th grade. They were learning how to code, and I don't even know what this is, so I got to do some more homework on my own here. But microbit, which was they had a competition in the battle arena, and so they got to kind of take everything that they learned over the course of those classes and kind of compete against each other. There were some guitar and choir classes, performances last week, so highlight those. We also wanted to congratulate the 7th and 8th grade basketball teams for their victories over Howell last Wednesday. And then tonight I had to kind of cut out early. I was watching the 8th grade basketball team. They were up on Brighton, so I hope they hung in there. I know it was a close game on the 7th grade, but I think we were up by about 20 for the 8th grade, so hopefully we'll split against Brighton. Also want to highlight the Quiz Bowl team. They had actually a perfect match against Howell, Pinckney, Stockbridge, and Milford. Both the blue and gold teams won all of their matches. And then I guess last but not least, want to acknowledge the top 3 Geography B finalists. So in 3rd place, we had 8th grader Carson Lemon. In 2nd place was William Palmer, and then the actual spelling bee champion was Joshua Campbell, who is then now eligible to do a write-in test to be a finalist for the National Geography Bee. So congratulations to everyone, and again, happy holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. Mr. Costa?
So for my final board report, I actually did write up a number of things. So first and foremost, I want to start with, I'd like to express my gratitude to the community for the opportunity to serve on this board for the last 10 years. It's essential to acknowledge all community members who contribute to the positive culture we've established here in Hartland. As a board member, I wholeheartedly support the values we uphold, including reason, respect, and responsibility, which extend beyond our school walls. So I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank several groups for their invaluable contributions to that. First, I'd like to acknowledge all the individuals involved with HIA, including the athletes, parents, and coaches. While winning is certainly important, I believe it's equally vital to teach our young athletes how to win and lose with dignity. And I can say as a teacher in South Lyon, because my athletes are out here, I've heard from numerous students, many that have competed against Hartland teams, that the Hartland teams consistently express their I guess, polite, I'm going off script, but their manners and their strong being and their sense of respect. And they get that from the Hartland athletes, so I appreciate the High team for doing that. I'd also like to express my sincere gratitude to our partners at the Crow-Main Library. Their collaboration with our schools has provided numerous valuable opportunities for our students, fostering an inclusive environment where everyone feels welcome and valued. I'd also like to extend my appreciation to our bus drivers and transportation team. Their commitment extends beyond transporting our students. They take the time to recognize students by their name and greet them with a smile. This demonstrates their genuine care for our students. Furthermore, I'd like to acknowledge our custodial team. Their efforts to maintain clean and safe school facilities on a daily basis is greatly appreciated. I'd also like to express my thanks to our cafeteria staff. They consistently go above and beyond in their actions with the students, remembering names and preferences. Your dedication to our students does not go unnoticed. I'd also like to convey my gratitude to our building administrators and office staff. Your leadership sets a positive tone within our buildings, which is recognized both by staff and students alike. Your commitment to instill values of reason, respect, and responsibility is crucial in upholding the standards we strive for here in Hartland. I'd also like to thank Chuck Hughes and his central office staff for their incredible dedication and commitment to our district. We're fortunate to have such a competent team supporting our mission. I'm especially grateful to the remarkable teaching staff here. Your dedication is commendable. Your understanding that student well-being is just as vital as our academic success, and you foster a classroom environment that is safe and conducive to learning. Your ability to inspire a love of learning in our students is exceptional. Lastly, I'd like to extend my gratitude to our parents and students. Hartland is indeed a wonderful community for living and learning, and your belief in our values of reason, respect, and responsibility is what makes us a premier school district. Having served on the board the last 10 years, I can assure you that we support the values, we value the support of our community has provided. While many of the members have changed over the last 10 years, our commitment to ensure that all students receive the best educational experience remains constant. I take pride in advocating for the inherent dignity of every individual within our community, from staff to students. My efforts to promote a safe and welcoming environment that respects diverse and equitable perspectives have been unwavering. In October, I encouraged our community to thoroughly understand the LESA special education millage and school board election, and I appreciate the overwhelming support for the millage. I also highlighted some disruptive behaviors witnessed in neighboring districts with new board members that were elected. And I believe it's important to reiterate these points as some of these tactics have been seen here in this boardroom. Spreading and misleading information regarding the district, fostering a negative, unsupportive attitude towards public schools, failing to engage in collaborative learning and constructive dialogue, prioritizing personal agendas over best interests of the district, demonstrating a lack of willingness to listen to diverse perspectives, neglecting to utilize reliable sources for making decisions, failing to uphold the best interests of students, staff, and family in the community, regularly opposing district initiatives, using procedural tactics to prolong discussions, and attempting to stifle progress by hindering collaborative efforts. So I want to thank the community for supporting a board that's committed to moving in a positive direction. And with that said, several policies that were recently presented for discussion, including those that were voted down, as well as new policies that conflict with Hartland's values. Tonight, those policies will likely pass with the current board's composition. However, I believe our community seeks a board majority that's focused on collaboration instead of personal and political agendas. I'm confident that in January, the board's effort to restore reason, respect, and responsibility will be reinstated with an emphasis on prioritizing our students' needs. So in conclusion, Hartland is a wonderful community. Our schools contribute significantly to the quality of life here, and I am proud of Hartland Schools for their dedication to our students. And I look forward to seeing Hartland Consolidated Schools continue to be the premier district that it is in 2025 and for years to come. Thank you.
Mrs. Blondeel, sorry, I didn't want you to have to interrupt.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Casca, for 10 years of service. Hartland's better for it. So I didn't write anything down. I told myself I just wanted to speak from the heart, and I will. I love this community. I ran for school board because I love this community, and there has been a lot of turmoil since, not necessarily because of me, but some of the things that I'm trying to protect for this community and for the students. I ran because early on, during COVID, I found that we were doing some things that I thought were excessive. Fast forward to today, and we now know they were excessive. But my commitment has been to protect all students. There has been a narrative that's been created that somehow I'm against teachers. That is far from the truth. I've never ever called out a teacher. I've never said that I wanted anybody fired. I never did anything like that. I've been supportive when my students were here. I was very supportive. I love this community and I love this district, which is why I ran. The idea that anybody does this for any kind of accolades or any kind of anything other than dedication is wrong. We are dedicated people, everybody here. I respect everybody on this board. Everyone's opinion matters. I think that if somebody says I have an agenda, my agenda is traditional values and truth, and to protect all students. When I was first on the board, I was given an orientation and I was told that I can do as little as I want or as much as I want, and that I have nothing to do with the day-to-day. So that has been something that I was like, okay, I guess, I'm only policy. So my policies, I feel that have been important, so I have focused on policy. I did take it to heart that, when everybody stood up here and said that teachers were saying negative stuff about me, I took it to heart. It did make me hide a little bit, but all in all, I feel like I've stayed true to myself. I've stayed true to this community. I've stayed true to the students. I have led with integrity and love, because I do love this community, as I said 3 times already. And I really hope that I have made a positive impact on this district. There are so many amazing teachers, administration, regardless if we've had rough times or not. I respect every single one of you, and I know that you have the students' best interest at heart. Because we don't agree with stuff doesn't mean that it's horrible or that things can't get done. I think that there has been a big push from the federal side, which is when I said education, not indoctrination. It wasn't about the teachers, it was about the federal level. And I will say that. It's a little scary saying that out loud because who knows who's listening. But there are a lot of things that teachers are made to do that don't include or that take away from why they got into teaching, which is to teach students reading, writing, math. Everything that we want them to do, they have been a lot of stuff has been lopped onto them. I feel that they feel responsible for a lot of things that trail into a family's responsibility. So every policy that I have implemented, I've tried to relieve them of their feelings that they have to be everything to every student, because I don't think that's possible. And I think that the parents of this community, they trust you, and they trust that they're dropping their children off in a great school, and I'm glad for that. I want that for this community. We are a premier school district, and will remain a premier school district. Tonight there will be some policies that are being implemented from me that I submitted that I feel strongly about. Yeah, one of the speakers said they'll probably be turned over in January. But I've provided the board with some food for thought about why our district is being, put to task on certain things. And it's not my agenda, because like I said, my agenda is traditional values and protecting this community. So I think that I just want to thank everybody that voted for me, that supports me, and I appreciate the opportunity to be on this board. It's been very important. Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to give a building report after those 2 reports, so sorry to bring the tone back. I do want to continue to thank Chris and Michelle. I've had very in-depth conversations with both of you regarding, you name it, A to Z. And while sometimes we agree, sometimes we don't agree, I've always felt very respected by both of you, no matter what. And so I think that that's important. And I appreciate your service And I think this community appreciates your service, and I'm sure we'll see you guys around town. Or maybe at a board meeting. You guys want to come? Want to come to the next board meeting? All right, I'm going to round us out with Village. Unlike these folks who go a couple times a week, I'm at Village, or a couple times a month, I'm at Village a couple of times a week due to having a kiddo there. My last kid at Village. But a couple of things that were pretty outstanding for Village this month is they hosted a craft fair. So every year, around the same time in the winter, they host a craft fair where actually students throughout the district get to sell their crafts, and it's just really awesome. It's awesome to see the engagement of these students. And, you know, some of them are little entrepreneurs, and I think that that's just fantastic. And thank you all for all of you that come out and support them, particularly as it was on a snow day. And so those of you who braved the snow to show these folks, these students, that they are important, thank you very much. In addition, Village had a successful Santa shop this past year. The PTO had to pivot very quickly because we have no empty rooms at Village. And so we used to be able to host a Santa shop in one of the rooms. And so they did the kids at Village learned a little bit about online shopping. Could be good, could be bad. Hopefully they don't get access to their parents' Amazon logins, but it was very successful, and again, had to change it up very quickly, but the kids got to do some meaningful shopping for their families. In addition, Candygrams went out, and so that was a new thing for Village this year, where parents and family members could send their student or a friend of a student a candygram with a little note and a candy cane, and so those went out, I believe, today. So that's pretty cool, and always, you know, kids love getting little notes that they're not expecting, and certainly candy that they're not expecting. So thank you to Mr. Reck for dressing up as Santa today. And
I heard he also dressed up as the Grinch.
He may have been both. Yeah.
Both in the same day.
He's a man of many disguises. And then they have Spirit Week this week, so today was Grinch Day. And so if you did see some Grinches running around town, they were likely Village kiddos. Aside from that, I do want to thank the teachers, the admin, the staff, everyone. You know, I hope each of you gets to spend some time with your families, gets to spend some time, you know, doing what you enjoy. I have to say that this time of the year always gives me a very blessed reflection, because I think there's a couple of things that some folks in our district don't have, and some of those are as simple as a roof over their head. And so if you go home to a warm house and food on your table, you are certainly blessed. If you go home to your health and your family and a full dinner table, that's even better. And so just think about those folks and keep them in your prayers that might not have that this holiday season. And we'll certainly embrace them and love them as they're still part of our district, and do everything we can to make sure that they too receive a holiday that they can be thankful for. In that closes out my committee and building report. All right, moving on to item 2A, 25-26 High School Curriculum Guide.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the Superintendent and the Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum, approves the 2025-26 High School Curriculum Guide as presented.
Support.
Motion by Mrs. Coleman, supported by Mr. Costa. Any discussion on the 25-26 High School Curriculum Guide? Hearing none. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Gogolewski?
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
Yes.
Mrs. Blondeel?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, that motion passes. Item 2B, revised policies, and we'll just move one by one if everyone's okay with that.
I'd actually like to move to amend the proposed policy 142.3 to include the change from 6 years to 4 years, and any previous revisions be withdrawn.
Support.
You're not amending the agenda, you're amending the policy, correct?
Correct.
So Greg, just to clarify.
I'm going
these
to
were-
take this, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, because I know we have it in front of us, these were the changes that you sent us last night.
With this, I think this one was sent last night, but there's another
the
change
four-
later that came Friday.
Right. Okay. So this is the one where, you can read it, it's yours.
Yeah, so effectively for those in the audience or who may be listening, there was some previous language that included term limits. So that language has been removed or withdrawn. And instead, there is a single change, and where it currently reads, members of the board shall be elected by the school electors for terms of 6 years. That would be replaced with terms of 4 years.
Okay, so,
So any other previous edits or modifications that were probably too late for the packet I'm motioning to remove those edits and vote on the revised policy.
can I make a suggestion? Would you like to move to adopt the policy that is in front of us with these edits? Instead of,
Yeah, we can do either, so.
okay. I think it would just be easier for documentation purposes, Renee. So,
Since it was in the packet the other way, I was trying to undo it
understood,
officially
understood.
and then transition to
but if
the
we
new.
can make a motion to adopt this version, I think that would just be cleaner for minutes.
So
Is that-
does anyone object to me referencing this version as the December 15th version?
Nope, as presented.
Okay. All right, so then I move to adopt policy 0142.3 term as presented.
Okay.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Keller, supported by Mr. Scott. This motion is to adopt the policy 0142.3 term as presented in front of you, board.
What is the rationale? Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I was just going to ask if I can give a little history on why this exists, if it's worth it.
Sure, that's fine. I just want to be sure that the public and everyone here knows what we're discussing.
Go ahead.
Okay.
All right, so obviously, this policy was changed back when the state legislators created an opportunity for school districts to move from 4 years to 6 years. School districts could, at the time, we were always 4-year. We moved to a 6-year because the concern was that every 4 years, you had 4 members up or 3 members up. So it was a major change. So when you do the numbers, right, 7, every 4 years, you've got 4 new turnover potential or 3 turnover potential. The board adopted back when they adopted this policy to move to the state statute allowability of 6 years so that now you had a 3-2-2. So you weren't in a situation where you had as large a turnover of the Board of Education, at least the potential turnover. So that's just the history so that everybody understands why the board made that change when legislators allowed them to make that change.
Thank you. Mr. Costa, sorry.
I was just going to say, I just don't understand the rationale from changing it from 6 to 4. It seems like if a community member wants to commit 6 years to be up here, I think that's within the right. I don't know. What is the reasoning behind it?
Well, I guess, for me, I think the community, should have the right to an earlier, for lack of a better word, leash on those of us that sit here. And I think, there's lots of other examples that currently exist today that 2 years or 4 years is kind of the existing precedent. So I think, I don't see a lot of downside, frankly, to decreasing it to 4 years. And I think also one of the concerns when talking to some people about running for school board is the fact that they're signing up for 6 years. And I think it's a pretty long commitment for anyone to make. And again, I'm thankful for all of you that have made that commitment, but I do think as a community, we want to have an opportunity to attract as many people, good people, to potentially sit on this board as possible. So I think for me, I'd like to make the change, and, you know, hearing feedback about concerns. I'm flattered that people want me to sit up here so long that I may break my hip someday, but, you know, frankly, I hope that doesn't happen to anyone, by the way. But again, you know, it was, I'll say, based on the legal opinion that we received, while it wasn't explicitly stated that we could, it also wasn't explicit that we could not. And so even if it wasn't explicit that we could, I sort of viewed the term limits as our commitment to the community out there that, you know, we're not going to overstay our welcome. But again, in the spirit of trying to incorporate some of the feedback that we've received, I felt the need to remove that and instead look at a 4-year term instead of 6.
I think that, and this is just informational, I do believe that all other districts in the county are 4, most of them. I know Howell is.
Brighton is too.
Brighton is.
Sorry, Howell is 6, Brighton is 4, Fowlerville's 4.
Okay.
I think you're right about the number of people that would run for the commitment, right? 6 years is a long time when you don't really know what you're getting into. Being on the board for only 2 years, I can say that it takes a little while to get your feet wet. And then when you do, you know, you want to, you know, stay on. So most of the time, if somebody's on for 4 years, they've gotten their feet wet, they're appreciating it, they're enjoying it, the community likes what they're doing, they're going to go back and they're going to run for reelection. And I think it's only fair to give the opportunity to the community every 4 years in case somebody that they're not interested in their policies, they want to change it out. Give it back so.
And if somebody's doing a good job in 4 years, they'll get reelected.
Exactly. Right.
So.
Agree.
As the most recent person here to make this decision and to be on the board, I absolutely support the 4-year term. A couple different reasons. Number one, this board has seen tremendous turnover from people dropping off and having to do midterm appointments. I'm filling in for a midterm appointment. Trustee Blondeel is. A lot of the people sitting up here, I think, were appointed to the board when somebody dropped off. So yes, 6 years is a long time. It's hard to know what you're going to be doing, where you're going to be 6 years from now. And that has definitely impacted this board tremendously over the last 10 years. I think, does anybody know how many trustees we've appointed in the last 10 years? I would guess the over-under is probably at 5 or 6. So tremendous turnover, which I think is a disservice to the community because that takes the decision making away from the people in this room and the people in this community and puts it with the people at this table. And I'm all about anything that's going to put power back to the parents and to the community members. So I think that is absolutely number one. Number two, as several people have mentioned, attracting new talent. I'll tell you what, I made the decision to run about a year ago, almost exactly, and I talked to a lot of people. I did not want to run. I did not want to sit up here. And when I talk to people and try to convince them to run, and they ask how long the term is, and you say 6 years, they're done. They're out. Turn away. Stop listening. That is a long initial commitment for somebody who doesn't know what they're getting into, what the time commitment is. And I think that's part of the reason we've seen so much of that unnecessary turnover. So, and then third is just the fact that by giving the public more opportunities to vote on trustees, we are giving them a bigger say in what happens at this table. And so that means when a board member gets elected, they're not just beholden to the public 5 years later, that means it's in the public's mind every day when they're up here making decisions, and it gives a lot more power to the community. And as I've said, I definitely support that. So I don't see any downside to going to 4-year terms.
I do want to be sure the community understands just a key point in this term, or in this policy, that this would go into effect for 2026 election. So this would not be something that's a current implication. It would be a 2026 implication. So just so that the public and everyone is aware.
I guess I just wanted to add that though I hear what you're saying, and 6 years, yeah, it's daunting. But I appreciate the continuity and the consistency of having people up here and more overlap of those terms. As Chuck was explaining, the 3-2-2 versus in 4 years, you've got 4 people that turn over or potentially turn over. And appointing, yes, absolutely. Appointing is the board's decision, but you only hold that seat until you're elected to keep it in the next general election. So the public, the community does still have that, in your words, power to elect that person to keep the seat. So the public still has that say. You still have to vote them in to be able to keep that seat. So those are my concerns. Primarily, the continuity is a concern for me.
Well, for me, it's the fact that 6 years is a long time. And there's a potential to get stuck with somebody up here for 6 years that does absolutely nothing. So that's a big concern. And I think the 4-year term would be enough to weed out those that maybe don't do their due diligence or just shake their head all the time. So I think it's a good way to keep the board fresh and honest.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Gogolewski?
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman?
No.
Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
No.
Mrs. Blondeel?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, that motion passes. Moving on.
All right, so I'm going to try this again. So policy 0142, I move to amend policy 0142.7 to withdraw the item G, which was the key card access to all the district buildings, and instead add a note below the section F, which was superintendent will notify all administrative personnel, staff, and security in each school building that the new board members are to be granted access and entry into any building at any time during the use of that building. This level of access shall be applied to all current board members. I know that was a mouthful. I think Mr. Gogolewski, if I'm not mistaken, emailed that out.
Yes, I emailed that out yesterday. And definitely to remove the key card access, that was something that I think could be changed and has a lot of serious security implications.
Can we stay with the motion real quick?
Oh,
Because
yeah,
the motion's
sure.
on the table,
Mhm.
and the motion will need to be supported before we discuss.
Okay.
Oh, I support.
Motion by Mr. Keller. I'm not going to repeat that motion. It'll be the policy 0142.7 as presented for the public. That is the removal of item G and then addition of the paragraph in which Mr. Keller stated. And that motion was supported by Mrs. Blondeel. You guys are testing me today.
Sorry.
Glenn, that was the version we got last night?
Yes, yes. But there's also an additional 3 lines that have been put on here by Mrs. Glaybach, which I think are a very good addition.
Are those 3 lines?
Are
Are those 3 lines
Do you
included
see
in
the-
this version here?
Oh, No. Those say all board members must complete the background check referenced above and are required to take the Michigan Association of School Board Orientation course, CBA 101 or equivalent, within 60 days of taking office. Each new board member shall be invited to meet with the board president, superintendent, business manager. The board shall encourage attendance of each new board member at orientation and training meetings. Was that, this was added by Mrs. Clip?
No.
That was, okay.
My addition didn't make it in there. It was the superintendent evaluation tool training,
Okay.
which
all
I
right.
think is probably a crucial part to this policy, no matter what the tool shall be today or in the future.
Okay.
I personally don't think the language of saying that a board member can have like immediate access to a building isn't necessary or appropriate. I think skirting around MASB training for your option, I don't think is appropriate. So I, for one, am not in favor of these changes.
As much as I hate to propose another change to the verbiage.
Can we do all the changes at once?
I know, right? And I don't know what the right way is to do this. But could that statement read, required to take the Michigan Association of School Boards orientation course, CBA 101, and potentially something else, and an equivalent, but at least give all board members one common base, and then take any other course that you choose, but at least give everybody something consistent so that we're all starting from the same page.
I think that's a good compromise. I mean, we all had to take the training, snoozer, but we did it.
And then maybe that's where we add an additional sentence that could indicate, in addition to, all board members must complete superintendent evaluation tool training within 60 days of taking office.
Yeah.
How can we integrate that into that first paragraph so that we're not saying within 60 days twice?
Is the superintendent evaluation training available as an on-demand training tool?
So I think we had to sign up for it. Are there specific times?
So the 60 days may be difficult. Like in my case, I started November and I think I'm scheduled to take it in February, whereas the orientation you can do on demand. They don't offer a class every 60 days, I don't believe, on the superintendent evaluation.
Okay. Would we want to word it that,
Or at the next offering, kind of.
all board members must complete superintendent evaluation tool training
As soon as possible?
as soon as possible and prior to evaluating the superintendent?
Yeah, it's fair.
Sure.
What did I just say?
So if somebody were to be,
Sorry.
no, I'm just talking this out. So if someone were to be appointed to the board in June, and there was no training class, they would be prohibited from taking part in the evaluation.
I don't.
Is that legal?
I would think MASB, I think if you reached out to them, they would have to provide us with some type of training. Like
Like an
I've never
interim
dealt with
training.
MSB saying no to anything, really.
Well, when we had our superintendent evaluation training, they were very specific about only offering it once a month, like in a 3-month window. We're going to have to make some concession there for whenever they offer it again. So,
To
Yeah,
answer
I-
Jeff's question, however, if you don't mind, is state law, state statute does require that you do have to take the training before you can evaluate. And I certainly would argue that if you're a brand-new board member in June and the evaluation is in June, it may not be pertinent to have that particular person involved in the evaluation anyway, but that's here nor there, right?
So it doesn't have to be 60 days, just has to be prior to performing the evaluation.
There you go. Prior to participation in review.
Okay, so I'm going to read this all out. Hold on, just give me a second. Okay. Before we motion, I'm going to read it out to make sure everyone is on the same page. All board members must complete the background check referenced above and are required to take the Michigan Association of School Boards Orientation Course CBA 101 and can choose to take an equivalent within 60 days of taking office. All board members must complete superintendent evaluation training as soon as possible or prior to evaluating the superintendent.
I would say it has to be prior to. You said or prior. Like, it's because if it's a law, then, or, I mean, if it's something that we have to adhere to, I'd say must.
And has and
Must.
must occur prior to evaluating the superintendent. Okay, let me read that again. All board members must complete superintendent evaluation training as soon as possible and this must occur prior to evaluating the superintendent.
I think so.
Say that 10 times fast.
Glenn, I don't have your email. Can you read your addition?
There you go.
Oh. Which
It's
part
right
is
here.
it? This one?
I just passed her the printed version of the policy.
Yeah. But I read it, but I didn't memorize it. Mm-hmm.
Sure.
And can I ask a question real quick? Just for clarification for administrators. So Glenn, I'm assuming, Glenn, yours was the superintendent will notify all administrative personnel, staff, and security. Is that the one we're talking about?
Yes.
In each school and building that the new board members are to be granted access and entry into any building at any time during the use of that building, this level of access shall apply to all current board members. As administrators, I'm sure I'm speaking for everybody, shouldn't there be something in there that says, then you report to the building principal, or you sign in and talk with the building principal? Because I think one of the concerns is just coming in and walking around willy-nilly creates its own anxiety for everybody, right? So it seems like when I go into the building, I always go and visit with the building principal first, right? Like, that's what I always do. It would be nice if we could capture something like that so that staff isn't feeling like board members are just coming in the front door, checking in, and just going wherever. That's I think would be much more palatable to our staff and our building administrators.
I have no problem checking in with the security of the building.
I think this sends a bad message to our principals and our teachers. I don't understand why this language is even in here. If I want to visit a building, I call up the phone, I talk to the principal and say, hey, I'd like to come in. I set up a time, and I go there. So I don't understand why this language is here. And unfortunately, because it's here, I'm not in favor of voting on this revisions, because I think the other revisions we just had conversation about are great. But this, in my opinion, sends the wrong message.
Well, there may be a time where I want to enter a building because there may be an incident going on. I may get an email from a parent. If I'm available, I'd like to go check it out. So that's why.
So that, I think, opens a whole different can of worms that we have to be very careful about, because we are an appeal body. And I want to be very clear about that. So if we start going in to evaluate incidences that could make it to us from an appeal standpoint, particularly an expulsion, you name it, I think that it's a conflict of interest if people are now responding to that.
That includes staff discipline, that includes
Yes.
the staff process. If someone calls you and says, hey, there's this concern, and you want to go check it out yourself, and you're now intimately involved in that, then the question will be whether or not you would have to remove yourself if that discipline issue moves itself through the system through to the board. So I would, highly suggest again that if you have a concern, yes, fine, come into the building, but meet with the building principal, have the conversation with the building principal. If you want to walk around with the building principal, I think that's fine. But just to come in, I think it's putting yourself in a really bad situation, and it's putting our staff in a bad situation from the anxiety level of what's going on.
I think I would like to add, regarding the anxiety level, is that particularly in the lower level grades, those kids don't know who we are. They don't know you from any other stranger. They don't, in fact, some of the teachers probably wouldn't recognize us by face, especially if they're seeing us on YouTube. It's not a close-up zoom of our faces, right? So they're not going to know who we are. We walk into a building, we're not escorted, and there's kids like, who's this stranger in the building? To me, that raises a huge flag. It's a concern, I think, for many of the parents, many of them that we received emails from. It's a concern for me. I mean, my kids probably know who some of you are, but still, to see some strange person walking in the building, to show up unannounced and start strolling through, I mean, that raises big concerns for me.
So I guess the suggestion is to submit the change that you can come in unannounced, but you go straight to the principal. I think the purpose, I don't know if you misspoke, but when you and I talked about this, in our field, I can't stop the president from walking into my office, and at any time he wants, I would never tell him not to come in my office. If he wanted to look at something on my desk, I generally don't stop him. I think the idea that you were saying is that if we're to understand what goes on in the schools, it can't just be, all orchestrated before we get there, because then you don't see the real school day, right? Is that what you were trying to say? Is the real school day? Like, you can go in and you can say, hi, principal, I'm here. Can you show me around? Is that something that they would accept? I think that's more of what you're talking about. Not like if there's an incident, we're going to run in there and be like, what's going on, right? Like, nobody wants to do that.
No one here on the board is going to be that available to simply
Right, and that's why I said
simply attend any incident that happens. It's going to be well after the fact.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit of a surprise visit that you would want to, see the daily happenings when it's not orchestrated or planned, right? Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's different, right? So it would be go to the principal. Can we change it and say go to the principal and announce yourself at least at that point and say, do you have the opportunity to?
That's fine. I have no problem checking in either with security or the principal. That's fine. That's I think a given. I don't think I should have to make an appointment and wait. No.
And we're talking school business hours, correct?
I would say, right?
School business hours, and even when there's other activities going on after hours, if there's a science fair, if there's a public event with parents and things like that, robotics competition.
Yeah, I think with that, the buildings are generally open.
Right.
So I'm not as worried about that, but let's think about verbiage, because I want to tackle.
The verbiage with the principal upon arrival.
Mm-hmm.
You go to the principal. If the principal's not available, you can go to the security guard and ask the security guard to show you around or
top administration and security.
Yeah.
Make it known. No one's asking to just walk in, barge in, and barge into a classroom or anything like that. That's not the point. The point is to see the actual operations of the school as they actually happen. So,
Is it fair to say that I just heard you say that you're okay with being escorted around the building? Or are you advocating that you want to be able to check in and just go around the building on your own and do what you want to do?
I'm not asking for an escort, no.
Okay, that's what we're asking for as
Okay.
administrators, and this is what we're talking about. By checking in with the building principal and saying, hey, I'm here, I had some time, I'm in here to see you, and the building principal can say, yeah, sure, let's walk around. That's one thing. But just come in and saying, hello, security, I'm here, and going and just doing your thing.
Well, I'd be willing to walk with security.
That's not comfortable to our staff, is what I'm saying. And I hope you're hearing me, that that's not a comfortable setting for our staff, and it's not a comfortable setting for our building principals.
Well, as Michelle said, I'm finding it hard to think of another example where somebody at a company tells the president, no, you can't come into my cubicle, or you can't come into my area. I'm
But I also have to remind the board, Chris, I want to remind the board, as a board at this meeting, you are doing business as the board.
Yeah.
As an individual coming into a building, you are not the board. You are an individual. And I think there is a, whether you believe in that or not, the reality is, as an individual, you are an individual. You are not representing the board.
Mr. Hughes, I just have to interrupt. I apologize. So, I mean, I feel we should get ready to vote on this, but let's make this clear. We as a board, we are Mr. Hughes' boss. I'm not a principal's boss. I'm not a teacher's boss. I don't need a gotcha moment with any staff member. To be honest, if I wanted to show up and talk to Mr. Hughes and I didn't make an appointment, I would hope he's in his office, not with his feet up, and he's working. It's one thing for me to show up at the central office and say, hey, Chuck, sorry I didn't call. I need to talk to you about something urgent. It's a completely different matter to think we have free reign to go into our schools without notifying administrators and then decide that we have the right to walk around. It's insulting. It's insulting. And I have no more comments on it.
I do think it's important to note during this discussion point that our administrators did have and by administrators, I mean our building principals, not just central admin, did have an opportunity to weigh in on these policies. And so I want to be sure that that is taken into consideration, that it's not just Chuck saying this. They actually read through the policies, provided feedback, so on and so forth. So I want to be sure everyone's aware of that.
And I also just wanted to point out that, yeah, you and Michelle, Glenn and Michelle, you make a good point, right? You can't tell the president, no, you're not going to come and see me, but you also don't have 30 minors sitting in their office with you. You are not in charge of the well-being and the education of minors while a random adult comes walking into your room. So to me, it's kind of apples and oranges. It's not quite the same setting to be able to say, well, I can't tell my boss not to show up. It's a different setting, different set of rules, if you ask me.
So I tend to agree with the idea that I don't think anybody wants to walk into a school. So let's write down what the situation is. That would be you if you did not make an appointment, that you go and you first address, you go to the principal. If the principal's not available, if there's something you want to see the security guard. So I think it is important in the younger schools to have somebody that they're familiar with instead of just walking around, because I know that kids get to know other kids' parents. They see people come through, right? It could be something that would bother them. I could understand that. So maybe we say you can show up unannounced, but you have to go directly to the principal. If the principal's not available, then the security guard. Is that something that?
And then are you
Yes.
suggesting that individual will escort you around the building?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, because they're familiar with the
Right.
security guard. They're familiar with the.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, and that would help
Yeah.
enable the ability to see the workings of the day unannounced,
Yeah.
right?
Okay, I'm going to write it down and then I'll read one moment.
While the president is writing that down, I have a question because I don't have a building yet and have not done a building visit as a board member. Maybe someone could walk us through what that process looks like when you do a board member visit to an assigned building, me and them.
Those are usually scheduled ahead of time,
Yeah.
so.
But are they,
Like monthly?
but are they, you check in the office, is the principal escorting you through the building for those, or a security guard, or?
I think I've done a little bit of a couple of things. Sometimes it's just a meeting between the principal and I where we go through, what's going well, what they need help with, or other things. If there's something cool going on, or there's artwork in the hallway or something they want to show off, and they'll walk me to whatever that area is. But it's generally a pretty structured kind of thing, and not necessarily me just kind of walking around. It's usually a meeting either before and after, and then they'll oftentimes show us what's going on in STEM or something like that.
And they alert the staff, right? They say school board members coming in, I think Daddy did that. You make an appointment, and you're let out of school.
It's similar for me. I have a standing appointment on the, third Tuesday of the month, whatever. So I go in directly to the office, usually sit down for a meeting with the principal for a while. And like Megan was saying, it's like if there's something specific they want me to see, like the last visit to Creekside, I got to see the reader or the pen pals, interact, whatever. But typically it's a tour of the building, stopping in to seeing what the classrooms are doing, but always escorted. And it usually lasts about an hour.
Yeah, I guess I want to kind of say something. I think comment was made about minors and concern for safety. I find it a little bit odd. I mean, I think as a board, our number one goal, probably every single one of you on your campaign pledges, one of the top things was safety. So I think the fact that there's minors in there, I don't understand, I guess, the relevance of that. I think, if you ask the Board of Education at Oxford, for example, who's the first place that people are going to come if there's a safety incident? It's the board, right? So I think the concern over student safety with respect to board members, I guess I'm not kind of making that connection at all. And I guess for me personally, I know I'm reminded several times that as myself, Greg Keller, I am just a member of the community. But up here, I'm, a board, I act as the board. So I'm not understanding then if I'm just me when I go into the building, I don't understand why it becomes an issue for me walking in the building as a board member if I'm by myself and not acting as a board. So again, I don't quite understand that. And frankly, we all here are representing everyone out there. So if you're telling me that I can't come in, you're not telling me, Greg Keller, that I can't come in. You're telling everybody out there that I can't come in. And I don't understand why that should be a concern. I agree that we should have some protocol and some structure. I don't have an issue with that, but I think, I guess I'm kind of blown away that people wouldn't want those that represent you to go in.
Those that make
Nobody
decisions.
has to bully anybody to get in the door. We can do it. We can be respectful. I just, again, I appreciate everyone's input, but I respectfully submit that many of these concerns are unwarranted.
And especially for those of us who are making decisions about the schools, about what they're doing, what they need, improvements, buildings, things like that. I would expect a board member to have that knowledge or to have that ability to do that level of investigation.
With an escort, and that's the point. At the end of the day,
All right.
what we're asking for
Chuck.
is there's an escort.
Let me read what I have put together from all of the things. Superintendent will notify all administrative personnel, staff, and security in each school and building that the new board members are to be granted access and entry into any building at any time during the use of that building. The board member will check in with the principal or security guard upon arrival and will be escorted throughout the building.
It should be
And will be escorted throughout the building.
No, I mean, it was principal and security.
No. No. Well, so here's the problem. Like, not all of, so like high school, yes, there's security guard right there. But when you were to go into an elementary school, for example, you do your Raptor thing or whatever, you have your check-in, but how could we do an
Okay.
and there?
Okay, I'm good without the and, but I think we have to require principal. You have to, okay. But you said or, so that means they could check in with one or the other.
Oh,
Yeah.
I understand. It's if the principal is not available.
The principal will be available if we made an appointment. Like, I'm struggling with what's happening here. Like, dude, this gotcha thing is, it's.
Where do you get off saying it's a gotcha moment,
Why on
Chris?
earth would we
It's not about a gotcha.
Go
Can you
into
please
a
keep
building
this structured one
unannounced.
at a time? Thank you. The board member will check in with the principal upon arrival. If the principal is not available, the board member will check in with the security guard and will be escorted through the building. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just make one note? It says new board members. Well, I think it should say board members. I think new should be dropped, just board members. Doesn't need to say. I
And then
know
we
this is
could-
an orientation policy, but it also applies to all board members in regards to the visitation of the buildings.
And then we could erase that last sentence. Everyone okay
Yeah,
with
on
that?
one of the versions, there was a line that said, this level of access shall apply to all current board members.
But if we X new and just keep it
Yeah.
board members, then we can X out that last paragraph. Do you guys need me to read all of the changes again?
Please.
Jeez. The superintendent will notify all administrative personnel, staff, and security in each school and building that board members are to be granted access and entry into any building at any time during the use of that building. The board member will check in with the principal upon arrival. If the principal is not available, the board member shall check in with the building security guard and will be escorted throughout the building. All board members must complete the background check referenced above and are required to take the Michigan Association of School Boards Orientation Course, CBA 101, and can choose to take an equivalent, take an additional equivalent course within 60 days of taking office. All board members must complete superintendent evaluation training as soon as possible, and this must occur prior to the evaluation of the superintendent. Any questions on those changes from my chicken scratch?
Does somebody need to move to make that the official motion?
Yeah, do you want to, I know you wanted to drop your first motion.
So just to officially close that, I will withdraw my previous motion.
Would someone like to make a motion with the addended changes as presented in my reading?
I motion that we make the changes as read by Mrs. Glaybeck.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Gogolewski. Clarification, that's a 0142.7 orientation. That is supported by Mr. Keller. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. Renee, I will write this all out for you because it is chicken scratch, just FYI. Perfect. Mr. Scott,
Yes.
Mr. Gogolewski.
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman,
No.
Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mr. Costa,
Nope.
Mrs. Blondeel,
Yes.
And I'm a yes, that motion passes. Okay, on to the next one.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of Greg Keller, adopts revised policy 0164.2, special meetings, and rescinds policy 0165.3, special meetings as presented.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Keller, supported by Mr. Scott. Any discussion?
I don't see why we would go from the majority of the board to call a special meeting to 2 members. It doesn't seem sense to me. I will be voting no.
The very first, one of the very first items in our first board meeting that Greg and I were in, this was one of the subjects. It was for the longest time 2 board members. All of a sudden in the January in which we had Greg, Michelle, and myself, there was a change made to 4. If it was 2 before, what's the problem with having 2 now?
I had met with Mr. Keller to suggest additional language to this policy that includes language surrounding that special meetings will be reserved for emergencies or to conduct business that is immediately impacting the delivery of education within our district. I don't think we should be calling special meetings just to call special meetings.
When's the last time a special meeting was called?
I don't know. I've never called one.
Right. So my point being is I highly doubt that will be abused.
But when we write policy, Glenn, it could not be us up here, you know what I mean?
Right.
And so that's why I requested that verbiage be included. But it was not included in what was presented to the board.
No, I have no problem with your addition.
Having spent some time, significant time reviewing the Open Meetings Act and some of what comes on with that, I think our current policy probably is a violation of that. To have 4 board members having any discussion outside of this table about board business is in itself a violation of the Open Meetings Act. So, maybe I don't think it was appropriate to make that decision, and I think it needs to be reversed to 2 as stated. So I fully support this.
I don't think that I've seen the proposed verbiage that you sent to Greg to add to this. Is that something that we can consider adding to this now? If we're changing the policy once, can we change it just one time?
That would be great.
Do you have that?
I don't have your language, Mrs. Leibach, sorry.
I did write it. Give me one moment.
I think, just for the public, there was really we had a good conversations about adding some of those additional items. I think intent was just to change it from 2 to 4, and everything that currently did or did not exist wasn't changed. So again, it wasn't, I think what Mrs. Gleibach is proposing is certainly worthwhile to consider. And I would entertain a motion to amend.
The verbiage that I'm requesting to provide is a special meeting is only to occur to conduct emergency business or discuss immediate concerns affecting delivery of education in the district.
With all due respect, isn't that a matter of opinion? An emergency in my case might be not an emergency in someone else's case. I understand you wanting to add that verbiage, but I don't see how that's going to hold one or two people accountable for not calling a meeting, an emergency meeting, for any reason whatsoever. I mean, I know you say it's an emergency, but I don't know, just my opinion.
Well, I think at the end of the day, a meeting is a meeting. There may or may not be a decision made, right? So it's still going to be on the board to make a decision in that meeting. So I guess I don't understand the concern. Again, I think it would potentially have, allow more dialogue with this board, which I think we've talked in the past is beneficial.
I think we still need a quorum. So like, even if someone, say, in the future were to be, get wild and call an emergency meeting, you still got to coordinate a quorum.
Right.
Correct, yep. And I think, with the current language, frankly, I don't know how it's physically possible to ever call a special meeting. Because you can't have a meeting to call it.
I think you would have to do it like, again, you're right, I don't know, Greg, but
Because you can't make decisions, remember? So how do you call
I think you'd have to do it
4
like
people?
right now. Like, I would think I'd have to say.
You'd have
I'd
to
like make
schedule a
motion.
special meeting of an emergency that you don't know that's coming
No, like
a
right
month from
now,
now.
I could say, I'd like to make a motion to add a special meeting concerning whatever. Someone would have to second that. And then because two of us have agreed to it, like in this public setting, you'd have to make that motion. That's my understanding of it. Because you're right, it would take 4.
And that means we're putting the district in a position where the board can at some points not act for 30 days in a case of a catastrophe or an emergency.
You have to do it up here. You'd have to say, I'd like to call for a special meeting regarding whatever.
Right, but if tomorrow there was a catastrophe or emergency in the district, the board would not be able to meet again until mid-January. So we would be prohibited from calling any special meetings for the next 30 days.
It does have by the president, though. So if Mrs. Glaybach deemed some emergency, she could call for a special meeting. So we do entrust her with that power.
I think you still have to have a quorum. So I'm just going to throw an example out there. Say, again, someone were to get crazy and try to call a special meeting for something that's not an emergency. When we try to get availability for a quorum, that quorum's going to say, yeah, no, what? What are we doing here?
Exactly.
So I don't know that we'll ever be able to get a quorum. You know what I'm saying?
And if a quorum doesn't show up at the table, the meeting doesn't happen.
Then you could have one crazy individual sitting here by their lonesome. Or 2, I guess. The 2, my guess, would show up. I understand the OMA concern around majority. I actually really do. I think it was implied, it's not written, but I think, and again, we've never called a special meeting, so I can't really tell you. But I think it was implied that it would have been individual discussions, but the way it is written, I understand what that risk is. Any further discussion on 0164.2?
Are you adding that language then?
That's my next comment. My brain is just not functioning as quickly as it normally does. I would like to move to amend this policy that we're voting on to include verbiage after the first sentence that includes special meetings are only to occur to conduct emergency business or discuss immediate concerns affecting the delivery of education in the district.
I support your motion.
Okay, I made a motion, Megan Glaybach, supported by Mrs. Coleman. Any discussion on the amended motion?
I agree with Trustee Costa that it's subjective, so I don't I would not be in favor of modifying that language.
We are going to Robert and his rules.
What language are you talking about?
Specifying, the motion was made to modify this to add the language of emergency only, which I agree with Mr. Cuss is subjective and unnecessary. So I'm in favor of the original.
Okay, so let's take the amended motion first, and then I guess we'll go back to the original motion.
So we're voting whether or not to amend the motion
On the
before
table.
we vote on the
Yes.
motion. Okay.
Mr. Scott,
No.
Mr. Gogolewski,
No.
Mistress Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mr. Costa,
No.
Mrs. Blondeel. I'm also a yes, and that motion passes. I would like to move that we remove the original motion and that the current motion on the table is 0164.2 special meetings as amended. Motion by me, Megan Glaybach, supported by Mrs. Blondeel. As amended. Mr. Scott,
Yes.
Mr. Gogolewski,
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mr. Costa,
No.
Mrs. Blondeel,
Yes.
and I'm a yes, that motion passes. I'm gonna have nightmares of Robert. These darn rules of order. And I probably made a mistake tonight. I will admit it to the public in this Robert's Rules thing, so feel free to call me afterwards. We're doing our best.
Before we move to the next one, can I just ask a point of clarification? I believe the verbiage from 0165.3 special meetings was included in the new version of 0164.2. Do we need to address taking this one out completely?
Let's do it separate so it's clear for the minutes. Do you want to make a motion to eliminate this policy? Yeah.
I will move to abolish policy 0165.3,
I
special
second.
meetings.
Motion by Mr. Keller, supported by Mr. Gogolewski. For transparency, this 0165.3 special meetings was kind of like a duplicate policy, and so it creates special meetings. Guardrails all under one policy. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Gogolewski?
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, that motion passes. Mr. Blondeel is not here. There's a majority anyways. Okay. Keep it going.
All right, I'm going to try to make this one a little simpler. So I will move to amend revised policy 0167.3 to the version as presented December 13th. And
And just to clarify, the December 13th version is what's printed in front of us.
correct.
Okay.
Does Mr. Keller have support on his motion?
Yes.
So Greg, this is the one like, the revisions came out after the packet. That's the yellow one we're looking at?
This is one.
Okay.
So in addition to the proposed changes, I also kind of marked up an example of what could be utilized for the call to public card. If you'd like, I can kind of, again, highlight some of the changes. So section B, it would change the time to turn in the card up to the start of call to public. The previous version that was in the packet allowed turning in the card all the way to the end of call to public, but based on some feedback, proposing change it to the start of call to public. Also, to try to maintain a sense of orderly card turn-in, I added some language that, you turn the card into the recording secretary as opposed to kind of walking up here as, at, any moment.
Tell them who that person is.
The recording secretary? That's Renee, for the public, yes, sorry.
No, it would be over there.
And I think there's one other section D that we had some language that said participants must first be recognized by the presiding officer and will be requested to preface their comments by announcement of their name. And I eliminated address and group affiliation if and when appropriate, just to align the policy with what I am proposing for the call to public card, which to sort of anonymize and make the public more comfortable potentially with speaking at call to public, just eliminate the address and instead you fill out your name. And again, as long as you turn it in prior to the start of call to public, could address any concerns that people have for coming in late or any other reason for not being able to get the card in by 6:30 start.
This motion was placed on the table by Mr. Keller, supported by Mr. Gogolewski. The version that we're voting on is 0167.3, 121624, the version in front of you with the highlighted area, just for everyone's clarity.
I think taking the public's, I was going to say I appreciate Mr. Keller taking the public's feedback into thinking about not having these cards being turned in continuously throughout is good. So I think as it sits, it looks good. I think it makes sense if people are running a little late. I don't see why, but I'd like the idea that you listened because we had dozens of emails about people concerned about this turning into someone up and running and turning in a card and then another one turning in a card, which is really not what that's for. So I think the changes are good.
My biggest concern, and it's covered in this, is making sure that the public has a chance to register to speak until at least the agenda is solidified, because I know that's been my concern as a member of the public, is you get the agenda and you think you know whether you want to say something or not, and then the agenda changes and you're sitting there angry, pounding your fist because you didn't register to speak. And I know there's been some people that register to speak even if they don't know specifically what they want to say because they're afraid of what the agenda might change. It changed tonight, it changed last month, it changes quite frequently, so I would definitely support this.
Overarching, I like the revisions. I also like the revisions to the card. And I'm willing to give it a try. I get very uncomfortable at a lot of movement around the room. And it's not in a meeting like this where you can pretty much see everyone. It's more so our packed meetings and trying to, and it's my own internal safety mechanism of trying to monitor kind of the room. And that would be my only concern. Thank you for listening to my feedback, because I did have feedback around people are presenting, particularly our schools are presenting, and people are coming up to me to hand in the card. It's very disruptive. It interrupts their, performance, presentation, whatever they're doing up here. And so I appreciate you taking that into consideration. Any additional discussion on 0167.3 version, December 16th, 2024? Hearing none. Mr. Scott,
Yes.
Mr. Gogolewski,
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. Keller,
Yes.
Mr. Costa,
Yes.
Mrs. Blondeel.
Yes.
I'm a yes, that motion passes.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of Greg Keller, adopts revised policy 1220, employment of the superintendent as presented.
Motion by Mr. Keller, supported by Mrs. Blondeel. Discussion?
So I know that in the past, we've always had, sorry, we've always had contracts for 3 years. And, I understand that we need to keep a superintendent because it's important for the stability of the school. But then again, I'm also not somebody that would give somebody a long-term contract. I don't care who you are, because things change, and 5-year contracts are pretty long-term. So I think 3 is appropriate.
I requested some consideration of additional verbiage in subsequent years, determined based on market forces to retain an individual. So some verbiage along the lines that, in subsequent years, that we would consider a longer-term contract if we were trying to retain an individual. And I was just requesting that the language be flexible in that. I think I'm 100% in agreement about an initial term, but if market forces are, say throughout the state or throughout the district driving 5-year terms or 5-year contracts for superintendents, for example, to retain an individual, does the board want that flexibility in subsequent years? So subsequent renewals.
The way it's written, it doesn't say we have to give them a 5-year contract. It says no more than 5. And I know we've talked about it at length. We always compare ourselves to Brighton, and Brighton gave Dr. Outlaw a 5-year one. And again, you want to maintain stability. Students love stability, districts love stability, and I don't see why we'd, like you said, put ourselves in this 3-year when it says no more than 5. So we don't have to give an incoming superintendent a 5-year contract. We give them a 4, or it could be a 3. It'd be up to that board that sits up here. So.
Depending on the board, because, the board could flip over and completely want to change direction with the superintendent. And if the previous board votes somebody in for 5 years, him or her, they're kind of stuck with that person, or they have to buy them out or something,
The language says shall be vacant, so vacant word indicates to me, I guess, initial. Because it's not talking about an encumbered individual, but.
I guess since we now have 4-year terms, I have an issue with a board. We talked about now the board can swing 4-3 every few years, every 2 years. And then a board could simply put a 5-year contract in 60 days before an election. And that literally means that those elected officials have absolutely no say with the employment of the superintendent. And it's pretty much what happened this year. So I would definitely support the 3-year term. As President Glaybach said, if we have a situation where, we think, hey, we're going to lose this superintendent if we don't give them a 5-year term, the board could certainly come vote to change the policy. I think they have to, answer to the constituents and to each other about why that would be necessary in those extenuating circumstances and whether it'd be worth it or not.
I guess for me, fundamentally, I don't understand. I appreciate the comments and concerns over stability, but when your practice is an annual review to assess the performance of an individual, and then you're continually or perpetually adding the year back, it doesn't mean that after 3 years that this person is going away. It just, to be blunt, it reduces the size of the golden parachute. And for me, I'm looking at it from a taxpayer perspective that things change and sometimes boards want to move on. And now we've basically just committed a big, sum of money to an individual that I think, is not prudent, frankly. And so again, given our practice of continually renewing, the superintendent's contract year over year, I don't understand why we need it to be longer. And in fact, I would make the case that you would actually want to go shorter if you're always adding a year. I'm not proposing that in this case, but I guess I don't see the need for anything more than 3 years. But again, if there was a need for whatever reason, because we can't predict the future, as the board just voted, we could have a special meeting and change the policy.
I believe it was 3 years until mid-2022. And I believe it was right before some certain individuals announced they were running that the board changed the terms and awarded a longer contract to the superintendent.
Well, it does note shall be vacant. So this tells me that this policy is only if shall be vacant.
I know, I agree with what Megan's saying, the way you read it.
So.
It does say vacant.
Okay.
So I think, Greg, your point is to make it not three consecutive years, right? Not a rolling 3 years. Is that what you're trying to clarify? Like, instead of every year we renew it for 3 years, right? So it's always a 3-year contract no matter what. There's never a 2-year contract. There's never a 1-year contract. It's always 3. Is that what you're?
Correct. Well, again, it's changing two words in here. It's from 3 to 5. So there's no other changes in the policy other than, as I mentioned, going from 3-year term to a 5-year term. And so as we talked about, you're always either, depending if you're at the beginning of the year or the end of the year, it's either 2 years or 3 years. So again, I don't see the stability concern.
So would this allow the hiring of a superintendent for 3 years and then immediately giving them an additional 2 years? Or at their 1-year mark, give them, or they could never go above 3 years, correct?
Correct. And I think in conjunction with the next policy, I think if you take them together, that's, I think, where we cover some of your concerns.
I mean, I agree that when if you're hiring somebody because it's vacant and you don't know much about them, but I guess, Megan, I understand your point. It depends on what you're offering because it is a package.
Yeah, it could be a negotiation factor too.
Well, if we have 1220 on the docket of discussion right now, this is talking about a vacancy. So this is fine with me. I guess my comments would come with 1241.
Okay,
Any
so-
further discussion on 1220? Hearing none. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Gogoleski?
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
Yes.
Mrs. Blondeel?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, that motion passes.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of Greg Keller, adopts revised policy 1241, non-reemployment of the superintendent as presented.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Keller, supported by Mr. Scott on 1241, non-reemployment of the superintendent as presented.
So to clarify, this would be the one that would be referencing the current superintendent, where this would lock him into.
An incumbent, yeah. Any incumbent.
Into a 3-year contract and no more. Okay.
Correct. And I think the additional factors that come into play here are the addition of the extension cannot be within 6 months of an election or 2 months after. Again, in the interest of the taxpayer to protect from a contract that gets executed prior to maybe an outgoing board.
But does this put us in a bind if there's a vacancy?
No, because the last sentence says, this subsection does not prohibit the board from employing an interim superintendent at any time if there's a vacancy.
So if there was a vacancy within 6 months, we would employ an interim superintendent, and we feel like we can take that to market, I think that that's concerning.
I agree, Mrs. Glayback, because this is language designed for the state superintendent, and we've gone down this road before where this is not a state superintendent position, this is a local position, so I agree with you.
I don't read it that way. I read it as if there's a vacancy, it's 1220 is the policy. If it's current superintendent, then 1241 is the policy. So if we need to have some clarification language in 1241, that would be fine, I think.
The way it reads today, I can't support that. I think that to have an interim superintendent for 6 months, so we do need to clarify that if that's the direction the board wants to go. In addition, I guess my comments are for this policy as opposed to the other one, but offering that flexibility depending on market forces is my request.
So Mrs. Glayback, if we incorporated your concern, if we removed the word interim, does that address your concern? So it would read, this subsection does not prohibit the board from employing a superintendent at any time there is a vacancy.
That addresses that concern, yes.
How can you say that in the same sentence you talk about you can't hire one within 6 months of a general election? Like within the same paragraph, it says that.
Yeah, so it says the board shall not offer a contract to a person as superintendent. So we would have to read something like this policy does not, of the limitations of binding this policy to a vacancy. Kind of contraindicates itself.
I think that's the point of this policy. The point of this policy is to not hire a superintendent within 6 months of prior to a general election. Correct?
It's not intended necessarily to not hire one. It's intended to not change a contract from 3 years to 5 years, 2 months before an outgoing board exists, right?
Then I think we need to consider, I think there's some changes that need to occur in order to operationalize what you're saying, Greg.
So should the first part of that sentence, the board should not offer a contract for a person as superintendent?
An incumbent.
Or maybe just take that part of that out and say the board shall not extend the contract of a superintendent.
Yeah, I like that.
Because otherwise it is contradictory.
Hold on, though. Technically, we would, after evaluation, would be the extension. So it would be not extend for more than 1 year. I think we just need that clarification in that first sentence then.
What month is Mr. Hughes' evaluation going to take place next year?
It would be, the final would be in July.
Okay, and then in the following year.
So that
would
backs
be
you into
July,
a 6
And then it's going to
months.
back you into 6 months. I'm not going to be here, but someone's going to have to be here, and then you're going to run into a problem hiring a
But
superintendent.
if I hear Mr. Keller correctly, it's the transition, not the addition. Am I understanding you correctly that our current practice of evaluating the superintendent in July, which would then extend that 1 year rollover, if we're taking a look at a basic contract, that 1 year rollover, you're saying don't go above that 1 year rollover within 6 months? Or you're saying no rollover at all within 6 months?
The latter, no rollover at all. I mean, we could change when we vote on his contract to be 6 months. I mean, there's nothing that would prohibit that. I think the previous contract actually said March, right? So if we did what we had in the previous contract, there's no concern with voting
But
on an
wouldn't you want the
extension.
evaluation before you do the extension?
Again, as a board, we choose when we do the evaluation, right?
You don't want to do it at the end of the year?
I think ideally, we could change that to be when the test scores come out and modify the timing as such.
I have had a conversation with MASB about this a little while ago, and most school districts, they say, are transitioning to calendar year evaluations, especially with the current evaluation tools. Because of exactly what was stated, the scores are not in July or June when we're currently doing the evaluation.
That would be a different change, so I guess my comments are based on today's current practice. Any further discussion on the edits of 1241 as presented? Hearing none, Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Gogolewski?
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman?
No.
Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
No.
Mrs. Blondeel?
Yes.
And I'm a no, that motion passes.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of Greg Keller, adopts revised policy 3132 vacancies as presented.
Motion by Mr. Keller, supported by Mrs. Blondeel, policy 3132 vacancies as presented.
Could you clarify what you're looking to change in this one, Greg?
Yeah, it's hard to read from the packet we have, but it adds, so in the final paragraph, it reads, "The superintendent shall establish procedures," and what's added is "documented and approved by the board," and that's the end of the addition, "to facilitate identification, evaluation of candidates for administrative, supervisory, and other leadership positions." So back in April, I think it was, I think there was a motion made by Mr. Gogolewski to add the additional language, "documented and approved by the board." At that time, we did not have a full board to officially vote yes or no, so I think it was a 3-3 vote. So I wanted to have the opportunity to have a vote with all members present. And again, anytime we have the words establishing procedures, I think it's important that the board be part of that process.
And they be documented.
I also think that those documented procedures should then be included in the policy so that it's clear. That was my request. And I don't know that we're going to document that today, but I think it creates guardrails around said procedures that are then subsequently approved by the board.
I definitely would need to know what those procedures are if I'm going to do my job and
Correct.
take care of business.
Well, the policy reads that you will create them.
But then
So it's
we
just
will
a matter
approve
of
them.
us approving them. So I don't think there's anything that the board has to do. It's the superintendent shall establish. So
Right.
So it sounds like this policy is kind of a two-stepper. We approve this one, and then that gives kind of the mandate to the superintendent to set those procedures, and then we'll modify it to include those procedures.
Should we not just do the procedures ahead of time and then adopt everything at once?
So we're voting on a policy, so we set the procedures to choose
No.
our superintendent, but
Oh.
now we're saying we need to approve Mr. Hughes's procedures? Isn't that what we entitle him and entrust in him to do as superintendent? Like, isn't that why we pay him to do that?
Chris, if you don't mind, I think we have those procedures documented, and the procedures are in policy, as I shared with the board when we provided our administrative thoughts to these policy changes. Policy 1410 outlines who we're going to hire to fill our principals and director positions. Policy 1410-01 is all other supervisory positions that are listed in transparent fashion for the whole community to know what positions I have the authority to fill in doing my job. So it seems like if you ask me, the superintendent shall establish procedures, I'm going to say to you as a board, you already have policy in place that's transparent on what positions are going to be hired for and what their salaries are in general. 1410 doesn't necessarily get into specific salaries. It has some guide rails in there, or guardrails in there. So all of that is already out there for you as a board. When I come to you and say, hey, I'm hiring for this elementary principal position, well, yeah, you know that it's listed in 1410. Then we need a principal at the elementary school. And then what happens? We find that person, and that person comes to the board for a contract, yay or nay contract, right? That's how it happens. 1410-01 is a little different because those are positions that are not necessarily building level positions, but they're directorships. They're, if we add an accountant, let's say, like we did a few years ago, we came to the board approved changing policy 1410-01. The board is involved in all of that in a very transparent fashion to the public. So this is why we're saying, if you're asking me to create it, it's already created. It's already there for everybody to see.
So then there really should be no issue because we're already doing all this today, right? Is what you're saying?
As long as you agree that as a superintendent who you hire to fill positions, to operate and make sure all positions are filled to get the job done, are already established in 1400 and 1410-01, then yeah, I think if you want to add that and we agree that documented is already documented in 1410 and 1401, then I'm fine with that. Because now you're not hindering the process. It's already established by the board. That's all I'm saying.
But does that include all positions that you would identify and evaluate candidates for? Administrative, supervisory, and other leadership positions.
Everything is in there, Glenn.
Other, okay.
Everything's in there. And like I said, if you go to 1410-01, if we add an accountant or we add a technology expert or we add we're going to talk later about social media. If we were going to add a media specialist, somebody to, or whatever they call those people, right? Then we would get approval by you and we'd add it to 1400 or 1410-01 and the board would say yay or nay to that. And that then gives us permission to fill that position.
Does that policy cover transfers?
The policy covers the ability for the superintendent to say, we have a building principal position available. The board already approved a contract for an assistant principal at the high school. And then I recommend to the board that we now take that assistant principal, put them into the elementary principal position. You then bless the contract as a board, which you do, because we bring it to the board. And so, yes, I would say that covers that transfer. And what you, the board, have done is said to the superintendent, you figure out how these positions are going to be handled. You make the recommendation to who we're going to hire for those positions, as long as it's already been established that we need that position. I don't have the ability in those policies just to go out and create a position because I want to create a position.
But you have the ability to transfer administrators without board approval.
The board would have to give that individual a contract to move from assistant principal, in this case, to principal. There's a different pay scale there. And so we come to the board and say, I want to move this person to here, and you guys either say yes to the contract or no to the contract. That's how it's always been done.
So I guess I'll just tell you what I'm thinking about. In the case of Ms. Gregory, when she was transferred to the central office, that was done without any board approval. The position was approved, but the transfer was not discussed at the board table or voted on.
The board had to vote on giving her a contract and approving the contract for her to move from high school principal to that position. That did happen.
Don't believe so.
Okay, well, we can follow up.
We could review the minutes, but as I recall, the position was created at the board table, approved, and then the next morning, Ms. Gregory was moved, appointed, but the board never voted on that action. So I guess that would be my concern in this. And so for instance, now the position that was created for Ms. Gregory last year still exists. So tomorrow, Mr. Hughes could appoint any current administrator to that position and add $200,000 burden in salary to the district without the board's approval.
So it sounds like we need to ensure that 1410, 1410-01 align with this policy. So I guess I would like to move that we postpone this until we can ensure the alignment of 1410 and 1410-01, and that we approve of that, because that is then going to need to be documented procedure and referenced in this policy.
I support your motion.
Any discussion?
I mean, I tend to agree with that, because if it's not complete, right, we're completing this, and we're walking through another policy, and then we have to know if the vacancy, or I mean, if the transfers are included or not, because we don't have that one up for discussion, right?
Well, I think what I heard Mr. Hughes say, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that the policies already exist. So there's really no need, if I understood correctly, there would be no need to change anything.
But it sounds like Mr. Scott has a concern that we want to ensure is baked into 1410 or 1410. That is well documented.
Which,
But couldn't the board
It's not on
vote
the
on
agenda.
that policy separately? Because again, this just says you'll establish, the superintendent shall establish procedures.
I guess
I
from
think
an
they're, I
organization's
believe they're
point,
separate.
I would prefer to reference that policy in this policy from a procedural standpoint.
But there's no reference now. So I guess that's
If we're
why.
going to correct the policy, would we not correct the policy?
But this isn't the policy on the procedure of it's just saying that we're going to approve the procedures.
And if.
It's
and
not
if-
creating the procedures with this policy.
And then, in my mind, that means that the superintendent would need to stay within the bounds of 1410 and 1410-01 for now, until further modifications were made. So in the case of, say, the transfer or something, he could not transfer someone into the vacant, what I have historically called the vacant DEI czar position. He could not transfer someone into that position without first modifying 1410, 1410-01 and getting board approval.
But this says nothing about transfer. So if if your concern is that I have the ability to transfer somebody from one position to another, this policy doesn't say it. It says superintendent shall establish procedures. So my procedures are, board, I am following the guidelines of 1410 and 1401, where these positions have been established by the board, and I'm filling it with a transfer. This policy says nothing about transfers, so I think if you want to talk about transfers, that needs to be discussed further at another time.
Is there any way we can review the minutes from the meeting? Can we get those minutes?
What does that
No.
have to do with this?
This doesn't have to do with this policy, and it's not an agenda item. Let's continue with this policy. 3132 vacancies. Any additional discussion?
Well,
I believe, oh, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, should we reference the policies that we're keep talking about in here? I mean,
That's
just
what I've
add
been
it.
saying the whole time, because if you read this singular policy and you have no reference to the procedure, what good does it do?
And then those other policies, if we want to update them, the next meeting, you can go ahead and update them, but at least that'll get this one approved with the proper policies on it. Right? So
it
do we
would
have
be
to
a simple,
motion?
There's a motion right now on the floor you made a motion and Kristen seconded it to delay vote on this.
To postpone it until we could do it all at once.
I think we got to vote on that before you decide to add more.
To vote on the delay of the policy.
Or
To bring
postpone,
all
sorry.
three forward at once. Mr. Scott,
No.
Mr. Gogolewski,
No.
Mrs. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. Keller,
No.
Mr. Costa,
Yes.
Mrs. Blondeel.
I'm not going to be here to vote on it, so I'm a no.
And I'm a yes, that motion does not pass, excuse me. So now we're back to the original motion that Mr. Keller put on the table, supported by Mrs. Blondeel, on 3132 vacancies as presented. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
What?
I was going to propose another a motion then to amend this to include references to 1410, 1410-01, so that we at least have that reference. And then, as Ms. Blondeel suggested, come back and revise 1410 and 1410-01 if we need to do that.
Support.
I have a motion on the table to amend the current policy of 3132 vacancies to reference policy 1410 and 1410-01 as the documented in procedures. Any discussion on that? Motion by Mrs. Coleman, supported by Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Gogolewski?
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
Yes.
Yes.
Mrs. Blondeel?
Sorry, I jumped the gun. Yep.
It's okay, and I'm a yes, that motion passes. Would you like to modify your original motion to adopt the amended policy? Can you remove your existing motion and adopt the amendments as presented?
I move to withdraw my previous motion and replace it with the revised policy as presented.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Keller, supported by Mr. Scott. Just for clarification, this is 3132 vacancies as presented and amended. Those amendments include references to 1410 and 1410-01. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Yes.
This is
I'm just trying to speed it, that's all.
Mrs. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
Yes.
Mrs. Blondeel? And I'm a yes, that motion passes. Let's go. Whew.
All right, I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of Greg Keller, adopts revised policy 5611, due process rights as presented.
Motion by Mr. Keller. Supported by Mrs. Blondeel.
Greg, can you speak to the changes that you suggest?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's similar to what was stated last month. Just, again, looking for opportunity for parents to have an avenue if there's, any kind of disagreement with students getting reported on the DOJ list. Again, I think it's, you're innocent until proven guilty and, not the other way around. So for me, it's important that we allow people to have an avenue to appeal.
And I agree because it's a constitutional right.
I did send the board some attorney-client privileged information from Travis Comstock, who represents us in all of our DOJ, OCR, kind of all the things having to do with that, from Guillermo Mullins and Horton, in which I think we do need a closed session with Travis prior to potentially initiating this policy. He is willing to do so.
So, go ahead, Glenn, sorry.
Yeah, this is a fairly, from my standpoint, a fairly innocuous kind of revision here. It's just simply stating that parents, guardians must be informed, must be furnished with copies, everything that you would expect in the part of due process.
I don't think it's the information, I think it's the appeal. So 100% support the information component, and that was a very clear component and part of kind of our directive a couple months ago about ensuring that that was quick, concise, and occurred. So our principals at each building are identifying the substantiation, but then we have this appeal process that ultimately then goes to the board, I believe. Yes.
I think a policy like this is long overdue. We have been reporting sensitive information to the Department of Justice for years without a policy in place to protect our students. I talked about it from this podium several times. I talked about it when Mr. Hughes signed the original Department of Justice agreement, which never went across this board table. And I talked about it with the second Department of Justice agreement that did cross this table. And to be reporting sensitive information on students to a third party with no policy in place, I think is reckless and irresponsible and does not represent the best interest of our students.
I can agree with policy and certainly agree with the contact and the parent and guardian involvement. I think that we need further clarification on some verbiage in this policy that wouldn't then shoot us in the foot elsewise. And I hope everyone read what Travis obviously identified, but overarching agree on many aspects of this, but need clarification on that last aspect.
I guess regarding the appeal process, I don't feel that it's the board's position. I think it's going outside of our lane to become a part of that appeal process. If that portion stays in this policy, I don't think that's our job.
But you made the agreement with the Department of Justice. I think it's kind of short-sighted to say, hey, guys, we're going to send your kids' information over to the Department of Justice, but hey, we're not responsible for what goes to them. I disagree completely with that.
Well, and I don't think there's any guarantee that it would come to the board, but I think following the similar approach that we have with discipline, right? Ultimately, the board is responsible for final decision if it makes its way. So again, I don't think it's saying you have to go and have 3 appeals. The point is, if you don't come to an agreement prior to then you would still be afforded that opportunity. It's not requiring you appeal to the board as your first course of business. That's in fact the last course if it gets to that point.
There's several components and structural components of this policy that I fully support. I'm not comfortable yet adopting it until we get feedback on ensuring the verbiage aligns with a limited risk with Travis. And regardless if this passes today or not, I think we still need to debrief with him on this process, just from a line of visibility to make sure that we all have an understanding. And we have new board members as well who probably need to be a part of that process, have him bring them up to speed and so on and so forth. Any further discussion on 5611 due process as presented? Hearing none, Mr. Scott.
Yes.
Mr. Gogoleski.
Yes.
Ms. Coleman.
No.
Mr. Keller.
Yes.
Mr. Costa.
No.
Mrs. Blondeel.
Yes.
And I'm a no, that motion passes. I will plan for a closed session, though, at the next board meeting, just as an FYI.
I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of Keller, adopts revised policy 7540.02, web accessibility, content, apps, and services as presented.
Motion by Mr. Keller,
Support.
supported by Mr. Scott. Any discussion?
Greg, do you mind just revisiting why you brought this forward?
I think I'm going to defer to Mr. Scott on this one, if he doesn't mind.
Because
I think this one is near and dear to his heart, and I would like to give him the first opportunity to talk.
Are you saying I was responsible for the shutdown of comments on social media? So this policy was revised in mid-2023 to essentially give control of the decision-making over to the superintendent as far as allowing or not allowing social media comments. The district Facebook page has been in existence for well over a decade, always had comments enabled. In January of 2024, there were some comments being made on social media about the district holding a board meeting on MLK Junior Day, and some parents got rather, there were a lot of comments. They stuck to the posts related to the meeting and some of the posts about administrative things, but some parents were pretty upset. They shared their discontent with the board and with administration. And then somewhere around January, I don't have the date in front of me, January 19th or something, the district decided to shut down all Facebook comments. I have not been able to find another single district in the country that doesn't allow Facebook comments on their Facebook page. And so that's why I have fought this from the beginning. In today's society, social media is the modern public square, and it has been and is considered around the country. That's where we have the opportunity to go and voice our concerns as citizens to our government, to our public officials. And to my knowledge, I've seen one police department, I think in North Carolina, who has shut down public comments. But other than that, I have not been able to find any public entities who have taken this drastic step to shut down comments from the public that they represent. There was one school district in Florida who did it for a very short period of time and then reopened the comments. For a long time on the school website, there was actually a note that two-way communication with the public was part of the philosophy of the district. And right after comments were shut down, WHMI put out an article about it, and that note about the philosophy of the district changed overnight to coincide with the release of that article to WHMI. So I think it's sad, it's unfortunate that that's the way the district has decided to go with this, rather than to listen to parents, listen to taxpayers, listen to community members, just to shut down all conversation. So I think it's important to open that back up. And I don't just think it's important, I think it's a First Amendment right of everybody in this community to be able to voice their comments on the modern public square.
And I also believe, too, the last time that this was put before the board, this was one of those instances where I was naive enough to just take the word of certain individuals that, oh, no, we're just keeping up with, the social media stuff. That's all we're doing. That's all we're doing. And then, bam, then I find out, oh, wait a minute. So, yeah, I have a bit of an issue with everything that Mr. Scott just said. So
I'd like to point out that two-way communication is not just us posting something and people commenting. We have to have a means of two-way communication. It's the exchange. The definition is the exchange of messages. On this, in this case, we're talking a public forum. So us posting something, whether it's celebratory or factual, and then having someone comment, but us not having a means to comment back is really not two-way communication. It's like a 1.5-way communication. And so my question is, what is our plan to operationalize this so parents, if indeed they are asking a question, asking clarification on X, Y, or Z, how do we get that information then back to them in a framed fashion and monitor this? That is my question. I asked Greg if we had a plan to operationalize that. We have a social media individual. Currently today, they do not do that. So do we need to expand that role? Do we need to, those are my questions in regards to this policy.
Yeah, so I'll ask the same question a little bit differently. Like, who would man it if there's somebody that's posting something that is wrong or not necessarily truthful? Right, like that is degrading or is, detrimental to the district. I understand freedom of speech. So who would jump on and say, hey, you're misinformed about this? Like, how would we control that?
Well, the district had a open policy for, do we know how many years it was? 13, 15, 17 years? I have never heard of any of those issues taking place. I've never heard of those with any neighboring districts, so
did it has it happened? I don't know. Like, has there been anybody that's manned the Facebook page? Have we ever had to tell somebody that you're misinformed and that's not incorrect? Like, do we just let it fly?
No, we've never had somebody that managed that two-way communication. It was, well, one could say it was two-way communication because that's the intent of comments being open. And I agree with Megan, you're really not two-way because there's nobody there manning that saying, oh, Greg asked a question for clarification. Jim jumped in and said this, that's wrong. Nobody was on there trying to say, no, go here. So it was never intended that way. We never set it up that way. And one of our concerns, and my concern certainly as a superintendent, was if people are on providing misinformation, people are saying things that are absolutely the wrong, not true narrative, the value to the district to have comments open is very negligible, actually hurtful to the district when people are sharing stuff that's just not true. And so what happens if there's nobody there monitoring that? Then people believe what they read. We know that. They believe what they read, and they're getting wrong information, and that's a detriment to the district. So why did we turn comments off? Because we weren't monitoring that, and we didn't have a way to monitor it. So I hope that answers your question.
So could we do something to make sure that, maybe somebody would have to man this, that everybody that is joining or needs to or wants to comment has to have a legitimate Facebook page that is a legitimate person, not somebody just coming on with, there's so many people that create these accounts that, that aren't even real. Like, so is it something like, can we do something like that?
we have some groups here in the Hartland district that are very good at that.
In this room?
Oh, yeah, in this room, yep.
But that's not the role of government to start censoring and speech.
You think it's censoring?
Or even dictate. I don't believe that it's legal to do that. I could be wrong. Let me read this WHMI article that highlighted Hartland's decision to shut down public comments. They also talked to Superintendent Rick Todd of Pinckney Community Schools, And I'm going to read this. It says, meanwhile, Pinckney Community Schools Superintendent Rick Todd told WHMI they do allow the opportunity for comments, as he views social media as a tool to not only communicate, but to build trusting relationships and transparency. I think that's the key here. If we look at the comments that got this shut off, and we were going to decide factually if those comments were true or if the district's position was true, I can assure you that the comments were true, not the district's position. So I don't think any of us need to be arbiters of truth or have the misinformation squad go out there and determine what people can say online. I think parents are smart enough to know what is right to put on a Hartland Community Schools, Consolidated Schools Facebook page. And they're also obviously smart enough to know that they can't take every comment made on a Facebook page as a pure gold fact. We leave that in the hands of the community, not in the hands of the district.
And there's also a feature to report various comments too. If someone is making definitely an outrageous claim of some kind or comments that are inappropriate, there can be different administrators, quote unquote, responsible for simply responding to that and taking it off. I mean, that could be a number of people, whoever we give permission to.
But this policy specifically states, with an edit, two-way communication. So then how are we providing the means of two-way communication?
So I believe that's going back to what the original policy was. I don't know that the word "to" needs to be in there for any purposes. I see the purpose of the policy as to open back comments again, as it has been for the last decade and a half.
And I mean, you did your due diligence and researched it, and the precedence is set around the country, is what you're stating, right?
It has been a public forum for, like we said, 13, 15, 17 years. And then all of a sudden one day, nope. And I believe that's a violation of the First Amendment. I took an oath to the Constitution of the United States of America. I took an oath to the Constitution of the great state of Michigan. And I would certainly support something like this in order to stand for my oath and stand for First Amendment rights of every single person in this community, whether they agree with me or not.
My question would be, though, how many of those districts that do this have somebody monitoring it? Did we look into that? So that might be their precedent. That's great, wonderful. But how many of them have somebody monitoring? Did we ask that secondary question?
So then do we take out the two-way communication? I mean, two-way communications, it's true, you do start with a communication, so that's one way, right? And then they're communicating back. So there is a technical, it's just not a back and forth two-way. What?
If you read the technical definition.
So, yeah, I mean, we can get rid of the word "to." We just had Mr. Hughes say that in 15 years or so, plus or minus, there's never been an issue like that. So
So do we just take out the two?
Megan, is your point, if somebody goes on there and starts posting outlandish things, one, who's going to catch it? Two, who's going to deem if it's appropriate or not? And then who's going to take it down? And how often is this person checking it? Like, we don't have that person, correct?
Correct. My secondary thing is if we're using this as a means of truly communicating two ways, not just one way, like say somebody asks a question on when's the next, I don't know, quiz bowl, whatever, we should be able to answer that. And we don't have that means today.
the beauty of Facebook is that it doesn't have to be us that answer it. It's another parent whose kid is on the Quiz Bowl team, jumps in and says, hey, Quiz Bowl's Friday at 4, come support the team. And that builds support for the team from the community. This is not just for us. This is not for us. It's for them. Not for us at all.
But I do think there is, sorry to interrupt. I think there is also an opportunity for the district based on the two-way or the communication from the community. If there's patterns of, ideas or, if somebody wants to say misinformation, but I think it's an indicator for the district to understand maybe there is a misperception of something. So I think we would actually want that, because if there's a large member of the, community base that's way off on something, I think it gives Mr. Hughes or the rest of the team an opportunity to address something, whether that be in his superintendent newsletter or through Facebook or whatever, social media platform this happens to be on. And I know that there's concerns over whether or not we have the staff to continually engage in conversation. I think that remains to be seen. And, I think we need to see how this goes to understand does it warrant someone coming on board as a full-time position? I don't think we have enough data to say that it does at this point, but I think, I'm in favor of turning on the community comments again. And, if we need to pivot and do something different, I think that's why we meet once a month to kind of talk through things. And so again, I'm in favor of what is presented today.
My suggestion would be, in all seriousness, if you want to go ahead and turn the comments on, but add language to the policy that says, the comments do not reflect the opinion of the school district in any way, shape, or form, that if you see information on here that you feel is inappropriate or not accurate, please, reach out to somebody, right? Reach out, let us know so that we can then at least go on there, because we're not monitoring this. We're simply putting information out so people know what's going on in the district. And someone needs to speak up, because I'll tell you, I don't have time to monitor it. I'm not going to. But if someone calls me and says, hey, this was out there, you're right. I can at least try to correct it, which I spend a lot of time doing in my weekly update over the last few years of trying to correct misinformation and narrative that just is not factual. So if you're going to do this policy and say, yeah, let's turn this back on, I'd ask the board to put language in here that says it doesn't reflect the school district. Please do not take this for fact. Check your sources.
Or represent us.
Okay, but then.
And if there is an issue, you can report it to an admin on that page. We already have somebody working social media, don't we?
Yeah, but just for content, period.
Well,
So what's going to happen, though, when someone in the public posts something and then someone else in the public has an issue with it, reaches out to admin says, yeah, in my opinion, that's not appropriate, I'll remove it. And then that person who initially posted is now upset because we have removed their post.
I wouldn't want to get in the business of removing posts. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that we want to get in the business because, we're going to have somebody say, hey, you violated my rights. You're better off saying the views are not reflective of the school district, period. If you have a concern, reach out and ask somebody for clarification. Like a wise person would say, that doesn't make sense. Let me call somebody that might be able to help me with this.
I think that's appropriate to add
Not
the verbiage
reflect
in there.
the views of the district, but of the Board of Education. I don't want someone else speaking on behalf of my views.
Right, I agree. But we've been doing it for years and years and years. We just recently shut them off. It's a First Amendment right. People take it for a grain of salt when they see who's posting, right? If they're being honest about who they are behind the scenes, right? People pick and choose what they want to read and what they want to believe. And if it doesn't represent us.
We do need a means, I'll be very transparent here. We do, if there is students, we can't, there needs to be a means of removal if a student name or those types of things come up. Is that not common sense?
If it were up to me, I wouldn't post a photo of a single student in this district. Absolutely not. I think it's ludicrous that we do. And ever since the Facebook comments have been turned off, that's all we do is post pictures of kids. We've gotten away from posting, hey, we have a meeting on this, we have a meeting on this, we have an event here, we have an event there. And the Facebook page has turned into, look, here's pictures of our kids. And I think it's awful. I don't think a single kid's face should be on that Facebook page.
And there's no way you can tell me that every parent's given their permission to have their kid on there.
No. The Facebook page should be to communicate the business of the district, the activities of the district, not, there was one post I remember, it was summer school. and we posted pictures of kids saying, hey, look at these kids that need special help at summer school. We're giving them extra help. That is so, I mean, it makes me boiling mad right here talking about it. That is not what social media is for. Social media is for saying, we have a football game on Friday. We have some great kids who had some high achievements. We had this positive things. We have a meeting. We have a craft show. We have a bake sale. Not, here's pictures of this class. Here's pictures of this class. Here's pictures of this class. Here's pictures of kids getting special help. Here's pictures of the special ed class.
Would that not be a FERPA issue?
I definitely think that we need to do what Mr. Scott says. I mean, we definitely need an avenue to post things about happenings, not kids. It's not a personal Facebook page. It's not something that we should be putting
So we're
kids
just
out.
going to stop our celebratory posts?
No, he was saying celebratory posts, but like,
If the parent agrees, yeah, but like there was a post of young girls in leotards. I mean, stuff that should not be on our Facebook page.
well, there you go.
Any further discussion on 7540
Wait, can I add something? It's going to be more than the Facebook page. It's everything that we do, any kind of communication, any kind of newsletter, any kind of anything. We're in the business of kids. We have students. We promote students in our programs. Our programs include students. So I don't know, if we say no students, this is a way bigger issue.
I don't think that's what's in the policy, but
I'm just saying, we're going to have to really think about that.
I think it's a conversation.
And we're going to
that
have to
has
change
be
everything
had.
that we do as far as our culture here if we do that.
Right. I mean, just to clarify, I think what we were talking about is like Mr. Scott said, you've got a special education class that you're promoting online, right? Like, it's just like that kind of stuff. Use common sense, right? Like, I don't know that every kid or every parent would like their student on there. You know, I think it's great to celebrate, and kids should.
Out of that, they do it at the beginning of every year. They mark it whether they don't want their picture or they can use their picture. Parents do that during registration every year.
Correct. You can opt out to not have your child. in
I
any type
don't
of social
think a
media.
parent expects that you're going to post a picture of their kid highlighting them as needing additional help above and beyond the rest of the class. I don't think that runs through a parent's mind when they're signing 100
You
forms.
can keep going back to that example, and I agree with your
All right,
example.
I don't need the audience participation.
I agree
We're
with
done
what
here.
you're saying as far as that particular thing. So let's get past that and talk about everything else that we post as far as students go.
I thought we were on a much better track prior to January of this year when the whole Facebook changed to remove parents and just post pictures of kids in class without a real reason.
Moving forward, any additional discussion pertaining to 7540.02?
I would be fine removing the word "to" if there was some technical issue with that.
So do we have to motion because to add what Mr. Hughes suggested and then your suggested change?
Yeah, someone has to, if that's what we don't, I like the two-way communication, I like a means of answering questions, but clearly you all don't, so then we'll go on whatever change you want to present.
Oh, I like two-way communication. I thought that there was issue with
So
that.
did I. Sorry, I misunderstood.
That requires a plan, though, and that requires us to have an operational plan, because there's impact to operations on how we then have that two-way communication and who does that. Doesn't sound like we have a consensus of what that looks like today.
So given
Mrs.
that,
Blondeel?
Okay, so then I motion to make changes to the policy as proposed. So does he have to motion to remove, I mean, like, I do believe that we should add in about it doesn't represent our opinion. That's what I want to motion to.
Now, we added disclaimers.
Okay, so I motion to update the policy to include disclaimers.
And drop two-way at the beginning and just start with communication?
We could do that, and then you can modify as necessary, right? Whatever you guys decide, but at least it's getting it out there that people can communicate, right? They can post what they want, which is freedom of speech, which we all support. And then it also, we can say that it doesn't represent our opinions of the board or the district, right?
Do we need to see that disclaimer written out?
Okay, so, Facebook comments, I mean, I would say Facebook comments do not represent the opinion of the Hartland School Board or Hartland School District employees. Is that?
And Board of Education?
Yeah.
The Hartland School Board,
Yeah,
but
the
you can say
board,
Board of
the district,
Education.
or its employees.
Yeah. And then maybe say something like, keep it clean for kids, I don't know. But, I mean, I think if we have that in there, I'm happy with that. If for now that we want to take out the two-way communication and just say it's used for communication and, you know, people can comment, we can take out two-way.
Motion on the table to amend the policy by Michelle to add the disclaimer that the Facebook comments do not represent the board, the district, or its employees, and to remove the word two-way in item F.
Support.
Sweet.
Supported by Mr. Scott. Any discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, Mr. Scott.
Yes.
Mr. Gogolewski.
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman.
No.
Mr. Keller.
Yes.
Mr. Costa.
We're voting on the revisions.
On the revisions.
We're not voting on the policy itself.
No.
Yes.
Mrs. Blondeel.
Yes.
I support the revisions. That motion passes. Yes. You're going to vote to accept the amended
No,
policy.
the policy, because we just did the
New motion,
revisions.
put a new motion on the table.
So I motion to, oh, you go ahead, it's yours. No, I motion, well, go ahead, I'm nervous now, because I don't usually do that. So you do it. I motion to.
All right, I move to, I move that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of Greg Keller, adopts revised policy 7540.02 as presented in
And amended.
12/16 board meeting.
Motion by Mr. Keller,
Support.
supported by Mrs. Blondeel. Any discussion? For what it's worth, I still value the two-way communication and wish we could integrate that.
I think that could maybe be, if we do come up with a communications position within the district, that could be something we tackle. Yes.
Mr. Gogolewski?
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman?
No.
Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
No.
Mrs. Blondeel?
Yes.
And I'm a no until we figure that position out. This motion passes. Item 2C, new policies. Mrs. Blondeel?
I recommend the Board of Education upon the
Can you turn?
Oh, sorry. Start over. Okay. I recommend that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of myself, Michelle Blondeel, adopts a new policy for bathroom and locker room safety as presented.
Support by, or motion by Mrs. Blondeel?
Support.
Support by Mr. Keller. Any discussion? I think I would, just for transparency standpoint, we received a pretty hard stop from our legal counsel on this one. If this is something that the board wishes to do, I think we then need to involve a third party.
So, you know, I understand weigh-ins and all that stuff. The words may, like, you know, when they may do this, may do that. Well, you know, girls may get attacked if boys are in their bathroom. Girls may suffer trauma if a boy enters. There's a lot of mays. And I, as a board member, would prefer to choose the safety of children over the fear of a lawsuit. That's my opinion.
I don't have a fear of a lawsuit, but when I have our counsel indicating that this is illegal in the state of Michigan, while I independently as an individual can choose to break the law whenever I darn well please, I don't know that I can then turn around and create a policy that is expecting that of our administrators. And you know, I know that there's a lot of discussion around Thrun, and you and I have had this discussion with Thrun, outside of Thrun. I'm happy to get a third party involved. I cannot do that independently. That would have to be on behalf of the board. But I don't know how this policy can come forward when I have such a hard stop from the current council that represents us. And I think it's the way in which it's verbalized, and I think that there's probably some massaging that could be done of this verbal, you know, of the verbiage, potentially with a third party, but that's where I'm at.
Robert's rule says everybody should weigh in before I speak again. Anybody else?
Yes.
No, I know, but everybody gets a chance to speak before I speak again.
Right.
I'm giving you the option. What? Uh-huh.
Kind of playing off of what Megan was saying, that we have a hard stop. We've been advised by our current council, and this, as it's written, is illegal. It's not enforceable. So to put a policy in place that's illegal, that we would then put our administrators on the hot seat to enforce a policy that's illegal, which would then result in them losing perhaps immunity if a lawsuit were to come into play. Or they'd choose not to enforce it, and then they lose their job. So I don't see how we can ask our team to do that. And I honestly don't even know how we can consider this, particularly the way it's written, to even make it a policy.
So are you talking about the Title IX changes, the Biden administration Title IX changes? Remind me again what he's saying it's illegal because of Elliot Larson?
Well, I think in Michigan we have, so you have the federal level, but then we have the state level. And so it's going to depend on several things occurred, even 4 years ago, several things occurred where they did give states this kind of open entity and allowed states to enforce certain things. Because this is, you are very correct, that this policy in some states is, take Title IX out of the equation, 100% legal. It's the state of Michigan that's the problem around this policy. And so while there's many laws that I don't like, you guys know my feelings on the sex offender laws that I've discussed. The reality is then, we still have to follow the law. And so how do we modify things to ensure we're still following the law? If this was as simple as just passing a policy that's illegal, many districts probably would have done it, to be honest. I know you and I know districts locally. But I think the fact that we do have a hard stop requires a look. And I know you and I have had conversations on Thrun. I've had conversations with maybe Mr. Gogolewski. But in other circumstances, and again, if we want to take a third party to look at that, I can't do that individually. But the board can decide to do that. But that's going to take a third party coming in to understand what this verbiage needs to look like. I think we also all need to be aware that when you have such a line that's been advised, then what does that do to us as individuals? Because we have an advising council that's saying X, Y, and Z, and what are the ramifications of that? And so we just have to consider that. And I'm not saying that it's dead in the water, but I think we do need to involve others in this discussion.
So we, several months ago, this board passed an addition to the high school handbook in regards to bathrooms, and that passed. I don't know why now this is coming before us, and to reiterate what you've already mentioned, our legals actually advise us this is a no. So I'm just wondering why are we here again with this when we already have something?
Because it isn't a policy, it's in the student handbook, and, I was remiss. I voted for something that I shouldn't have because we had the pressure of getting it in the handbook. But I would rather have somebody sue me personally or whatever, because I implemented a policy, then have a parent stand up here or a parent come to me and tell me because I didn't protect their student. That's how I feel. How is it that we are tasked with the safety of students, but we can't administer the safety of students? Like, so I guess it's just conflicting for me.
And I think some of our state representatives are conflicted as well. I mean, if you talk to them.
And we don't have a problem. I feel like, no, it's not a problem, but it's a slippery slope because, the way that things have gone so rapidly and we're losing the common sense.
Can I ask you a question? When you say additional verbiage, are you talking about the mandatory reporting verbiage? So our handbook is adopted as policy, though, so that's I'm going to say the law of Hartland, of the district. And so we can certainly pull that out and just assign a number to it as well.
Yeah, it was more along the lines of I know it's the law that they safety thing, but it says in there that they don't have to, tell the parents, but I don't think that, I think if somebody, didn't want to tell me, they'd be afraid of something I would do, right? Like that's where that judgment, I'm sorry that I put that in there. I know it's the law, that mandatory reporting, but we put it in there that they may not have to mandatory report, right? If there's a fear of the child being in danger, right?
Well, that's the mandatory reporting, so we can't report, like if we're reporting something on say a kid that we know has an abusive situation at home because of X, Y, and Z, that's when that parent wouldn't necessarily be involved, and it then takes the potentially CPS course or whatever course that individual is going down. And regardless if this policy or any other policy, that still exists. Like we have to protect those children. And perhaps I might have some certain feelings of that, Michelle, because I was a CPS kid. So I know what it's like. And I think that I take mandatory reporting very, very seriously.
Mm-hmm. So again, I'm proposing this because I feel it's necessary to protect our students. I mean, everybody can vote no. We've gotten a weigh-in from the legal team saying that it may.
No, there was a hard line, Michelle.
Can we clarify this legal opinion? Because are you saying that they said that there's a Michigan law that would prohibit this? That's not how I read it.
So I had sent you all.
Yeah, I read it.
One of the first things that is indicated is that the policy as written, the bathroom policy, is illegal in Michigan.
With no backup justification or
So if you
citation
go
of
down,
the law.
it covers the differences in the 6th Court and like the 11th Circuit Court,
Federal.
and how kind of things move up through and what's binding in which state and what's not binding in which state. And here, if I remember correctly, because we've had multiple conversations with Varun, it does lay on, regardless of what happens with Title IX, we still have Elliott Larson. And I'm not an attorney, so I'm not going to advise you on what those implications are, but I'm happy to set that up. I'm happy to set that up with our current council. I'm happy to set it up with a different council. I'm not even sure how we can vote on this with such a hard stance without an additional opinion.
But why would they not provide, if they're saying it's illegal in Michigan, why would they not provide the case law or the statute? What they gave us was a federal, wasn't it a federal circuit court, was it 6? And then they also mentioned that the 11th has said that this policy is absolutely fine. And the case law in the 6th was a vague reference to a similar situation, whereas the case law in the 11th was a school district that passed a bathroom policy more strict than the one we have here, and the 11th Circuit Court upheld it. So I guess if they're saying it's illegal in Michigan, I wish they would cite statute or case law.
I'm happy to get additional questions answered again by Thrun, or if we feel as if.
Again, Megan, I mean, we went through this and maybe the attorneys failed because they felt they've said this over and over. The 11th Circuit is south it is not applicable to Michigan. The Sixth Circuit is only applicable to Michigan. But because of the state's law as governed by the Michigan Supreme Court and Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act that mandates that gender preference and gender identity is a protected class, and then solidified by the Senate, the legislative branch through Senate Bill 4, those laws are what we must follow in the state of Michigan. So you saw my response from the administrators. We're clear. I know that the attorneys are a hard no. And what you would do if you pass this tonight is you would ask our administrators to violate the law. And so basically what you would be doing, as I said in here, is pushing the administrators out in front of a moving car with no scratches on you as a board. But all the administrators that have to make sure that we follow the law as it is written in the state of Michigan. Forget the 11th Circuit, that's south. In the state of Michigan, we cannot, even if you tell us that we have to follow this policy, we can't, and we will be in jeopardy of losing our jobs because the law will not allow us to violate that.
So-
Now, hang on, please. My suggestion is this. If you really want to pass something on this particular policy, the first two paragraphs are fine. There's nothing that's pretty, it is what it is. The third paragraph, all bathrooms and locker room facilities shall be clearly marked female, male, and shall otherwise be single occupancy rooms designated for individuals, families, and/or staff. And then policy is covered and established by the Board of Education in the Secondary Parent-Student Handbook. That's how you bring that policy that you adopted in the secondary handbook into this policy. And you leave it at that. So your policy is now on record. It establishes that the policy for restroom use is in the secondary handbook, and you don't get into any of this other stuff that is the illegal side of it.
And we did get an opinion, Mrs. Blondill's original, the one that's in the handbook, we did get a legal opinion on, that although there was some risk associated with it, that it was technically, the verbiage was legal.
Understood. No, I don't want to put the district in, or the district staff in any kind of harm's way either. I'm still not sold that it's on, the Elliott Larson, I think, was based upon an adult. I don't know that anybody's ever ruled on K through 12, so.
I'll let you know after I go to law school.
The-
That's going to be my next endeavor.
So I understand that gender identity is protected. The question then becomes, does that mean, what does that mean for policy? And according to, and not to go back to the 11th Circuit, but that's who has addressed this head on, apples for apples, right? And they said that it was not discriminatory because you were not denying bathrooms to anyone, and that the policy applies equally to everyone. So,
But it doesn't apply to the state of Michigan, the Sixth Circuit.
I understand, but the Sixth Circuit hasn't addressed the issue directly.
But the state Supreme Court has addressed the issue in the Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act, which is what we have to follow. That's the bottom line. We
So-
cannot not follow that.
So how does this policy violate the Civil Rights Act?
Because the policy says that biological sex shall use, based on the birth certificate, this. You can't do that under the Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act. That's a violation of the individual's right to determine their identity. It's as clear as that.
So did you have an opportunity to, I'm sure you did you have an opportunity to read the one in the student handbook
Yes,
that outlines a process?
yes.
And so while that process still bears risk, there certainly is still a risk there.
Is
I
that
think-
process being followed?
Yes.
Yes,
And it's working very well.
So how
Mr.
many,
Fitzgerald's not
how many wraparound meetings have we had so far since the policy was passed?
I would say a handful.
There have been some.
There have been, yeah. And I know there's been some follow-ups as well, in addition to those wrap-up meetings.
And I reached out to Tony Howerton and James Fitzgerald at the high school, and they said that has clearly been a really good process for the high school and the middle school.
That's good, because I got a lot of hate mail for that. I'm glad to hear it. I'm sorry that it took this much to hear that feedback. Thank you.
But I think we just need to, you know, I get where you're trying to go, Michelle, like, I get it. I think that we just need to understand what's enforceable, what's not, and what we can implement. and what we can't.
President Glaybach, when you say take this to a third party, can you explain or expand on what that means?
So a lot of members have provided, they feel like Thrun offers a biased approach and potentially not a conservative integration to their approach. Again, I cannot independently make any type of decision to get any type of third party involved in our policy. That has to come from the board. We would have to find an individual that we're comfortable with. It's not going to be someone's backyard attorney. And they could certainly review this and give us feedback. But we would have to find someone that has experience with the state of Michigan and school districts.
I'm conflicted. I know, I'm conflicted.
This isn't an easy, thing. It makes a lot of people uncomfortable. I get it.
I don't appreciate that the legal opinion sent to the board is that's not legal in Michigan with absolutely zero citation of case law or statute.
I have been provided case law, and I looked them up, and a lot of them were settled. There wasn't, there may have been one that went to final decision, but most of them were settled. So I don't know if that's case law, and maybe that's why it was referred to that way. They were settled, because they dragged out for years, and finally they were like, uncle, okay, fine. Well,
Mrs. Blondell and I had several conversations, 4 months ago, before the first iteration came through.
So, Mr. Hughes, is it your opinion that this policy, the first two paragraphs, if passed, would be enforceable by the district and acceptable?
Yes, I believe the first two paragraphs are in line with how we're already doing things. I think the last paragraph is problematic, which is what the legal team is saying. Again, if you said, kept the first sentence, all bathroom, locker room facilities shall be clearly marked, or single occupancy, and actually I would call that gender, what do we call that, Matt?
Gender neutral?
Unisex. Unisex restrooms, which we've established throughout the middle school and the high school, designated for individuals, families, or staff. And we already know anybody can use those. And so all of our students, which is the beauty of it, is James and Tony are saying lots of kids are using those restrooms. It's their choice, right? They don't have to use the large restrooms. They can go to these restrooms. And then you finish that with policy is established in the secondary parent-student handbook, which you've already established as board policy. I think it covers it all. You have a policy, you reference the handbook, that's where it is. I think that covers it.
Because I don't know that we want to negate the wraparound meeting, particularly if it's working.
And then what would be the follow-up process, President Glaybach, as far as getting a non-biased legal opinion to draft some additional policy? Is that a committee? Is that what would that look like?
We'd first have to find somebody. So that's the first hurdle. And then if we wanted to turf it to an ad hoc committee that we can select today, that ad hoc committee could would have to meet to make a recommendation. We could motion it so that the recommendation is open to that individual, as long as, there's some guardrails put in place. We can do it multiple different ways. The reality is I can't do it by myself.
Mrs. Glaybach, I think, sir, I could ask Mike Hubert be willing to do it. They have a different log firm that they use. I could ask Mr. Hubert, I know that he has a relationship with Mr. Scott, for instance, to have his attorney, provide an opinion. And, Mike, I'm sure would work with us on that. If you would like me to do so, I'd be happy to do that.
Do we know what firm that is? Do you know?
I don't off the tip of, I think Brighton uses the same firm sometimes as well. Anderson, maybe? I don't know why that's ringing a bell. But anyway, I could ask if you wanted me to, and I'm sure that we could do that easily.
This has been brought to all district meetings as well, just full transparency. So we have a decision to make right today to modify and move forward or to postpone based on an additional legal review. And so if we want to accomplish something today, we can. I just need some guidance from the team on what that looks like.
I mean, with my motion updated, Mr. Hughes' suggestions. Sorry, I did it again. Thanks, Chris. I motion to adopt the changes to this policy as proposed by Mr. Hughes.
Would you mind clearly stating the changes to the policy?
Yep, we would keep the policy the same except for the last section where we would say all bathroom, locker room facilities shall be clearly marked male, female, or shall otherwise be unisex occupancy rooms designated for individuals, families, or staff. Policy is established in the secondary parent-student handbook, period.
Okay, that's what I wrote down that he said
Mrs.
earlier.
Blondeel, are you amending your original motion to include now instead of
Yes.
these changes?
Yes.
Mr. Keller, do you still support that? Do I have support for the motion that Mrs. Blondeel has put on the table?
I support.
Mr. Scott supports. Full transparency, this motion has now been amended to actually include the changes and not the original proposal. That is what we are voting on.
Okay, so to clarify, Mr. Hughes, with no disrespect intended to you, in your opinion, you changed this to where you feel this is going to fall into the legal realm. That's your opinion.
That's my opinion.
Okay, but you're not a lawyer.
I'm not a lawyer.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I'm completely disappointed at the fact that we are tasked with protecting our students, and we can't protect our students because somebody's weighing in on something. And like I said, I have reviewed the cases that were provided to me several months ago. I don't know if anybody else did. What did you find? That they were mostly settled?
I read them, but it's been several months, so I don't remember. Yeah, I think they were settled.
Yeah, a lot of them were settled. That's
Yeah.
where it's disappointing, is that, there really wasn't a case precedent set. It was just should, maybe, could be, this and that, and it was all settled. So, I'm just disappointed because I think it's trauma-based when a child, there's girls in our community and girls in these schools that are being sexually abused at home. They're going to be in a restroom, and there's going to be a boy that comes in there, and whether he looks like a girl or not, she's going to have gone to school with him for several years, and it's going to traumatize her. I think it's wrong. And there's safety issues. I've been hearing that's not why transgenders are using the bathroom. They're just going in there to go to the bathroom. But it shouldn't be a blanket statement because not everyone's safe, right? We all know that. So I'm
Mrs.
very
Blondeel, I
disappointed.
think that it would be beneficial for you to have a conversation with Mr. Fitzgerald. He can kind of give you what's happening or Mr. Howerton, quite frankly.
Yeah, because I never got any feedback until this moment.
Yeah. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Scott?
So to clarify, we're voting on the amendment. This was the final vote related to this.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Gogolewski?
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman?
No.
Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
No.
Mrs. Blondell?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, that motion passes. I will follow up with who LASA uses, and then everyone can do a little bit of research and we can have a further discussion. You'll be able to- okay.
Okay, I recommend that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of myself, Michelle Blondell, adopts a new policy for an opt-in form for a DEI as presented. DEI, and it's written a little incorrectly on the meeting minutes, but opt-in policy for racial harassment training, programming, and surveys. So, I presented this.
Hold on, we have a motion on the table.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We
Thank you. I
can't-
jumped
We
ahead.
can't move forward until it's supported.
Okay.
Support.
Motion by Mrs. Blondell, supported by Mr. Keller.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Blondell, before you get going. So is the motion that the Board of Education, upon the recommendation of Michelle Blondell, adopts the new opt-in form for
Opt-in policy.
opt-in policy for DEI for racial harassment training program and surveys, or does it also include CRT and SEL?
It does not include CRT and SEL.
Okay, so, okay. Okay, thanks.
It's the one that says draft at the top?
Yep.
Okay, so, I don't know if everybody has read this. This is an opt-in policy for racial harassment training, programming, and surveys. The purpose is that the Hartland Consolidated Schools is committed to fostering an inclusive and supportive educational environment for all students while upholding the values of diversity and inclusion and maintaining a zero-tolerance policy for bullying. This policy provides parents and guardians the autonomy to decide if their student will participate in racial harassment training. So the policy statements and the opt-in procedures are listed below. The parents and guardians will have the ability to decide if their student will be part of training that's developed in cooperation between Hartland's Consolidated Schools, Great Lakes Equity, and the Department of Justice. And the parents and guardians will control their students' participation, it says raining, but it should say in training, climate surveys, and data collection that may be conducted by HCS employees or third party. The reason I'm doing this is because I feel that I've done a lot of research. I provided everybody with a lot of my opinions about that research, that the very idea that we have to focus on race is something that I think creates division. And I don't think that parents are understanding of what that means. So I made a policy so that they could clearly understand that their child could be impacted by this and that it's going to be their choice whether they do this or not. I know that there's been argument of like, oh, well, well, what have the arguments been? Because, I don't really even know what the arguments are internally, but opting into something is a parent's right. This is not something that's developed now. We will be developing it. We have no ability to understand. Yes, it's going to be Heartlandized. I don't think there's any ill intent, but we certainly don't know what the outcome is going to be. And I've looked up in several areas that there are no comprehensive studies, especially on something that we haven't developed yet, to know what the outcome is going to be. So the only way we're going to know the outcome is after we run through the whole thing and then see what happens, which means that our students will be experimental.
So I want to make it very clear that we did task. We have 2 board members sitting on this training and education, and which also have to review any items that extend, that the items have to, any items extending to our students, have to be reviewed and approved. And so
Understood.
I do want to be transparent that we,
If I can just chime in here from the meeting that we had earlier today, I think there's a lot of fear in terms of what this limits teachers and administrators to do. And I think it can be alleviated with a little bit of rewording. I think this is specifically talking about the DOJ initiative, correct? Yeah. Okay. Right. For what we may be tasked to do, right? Yeah.
but not existing, just to clarify.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, it's not to stop. I mean, this is very clear that the opt-in procedure is for district-wide climate surveys, racial harassment experience questionnaire, training and programming on racial harassment. So, and underneath the training and programming on racial harassment is, students may be invited to participate in training programs focused on racial harassment. These sessions could involve difficult conversations and uncomfortable role-playing activities. So it's not about a daily thing where if somebody, if a child does something that, is deemed racist, that a teacher can't say, Charlie, that's wrong, right? Like you can't call somebody out for that. It's not that. It's specific to the racial harassment training that is being developed. And, I got to add in, because you had said that, that Glenn's going to be on there, and I think, Kristen, you're on the DEI committee. And I get that. But to the first point of the release of the press release was not even accurate, and it painted a very negative picture and said that it's pervasive in our district, which is not true. And so I don't feel like we're going to be able to control it as much as we think we are. And so I feel like whatever comes out, it doesn't have ill intent, but a parent should know that they can opt their child in if they'd like to. And I don't see a problem with that. And I'm not stopping anybody from doing it. It's just an opt-in.
How come not an opt-out?
Because I think it's more important that an opt-in, because there's a lot of parents that trust that, like, oh, okay, like they don't know that there's an opt-out form. This is going to come with their student their student guidebook, and they're going to have to fill it out for the first day of school.
Okay,
But the opt-in form is also worded in a way that, so without knowing, for instance, say Kristen, Glenn, and the team are creating something or after the training.
Mm-hmm.
This opt-in form,
Mm-hmm.
I'm very uncomfortable with the verbiage.
Which because of...
Because the verbiage is like a double negative, if, trying to identify the best word.
So you're saying that, is it although participation is voluntary, we recommend considering the emotional impact the survey might have on your child?
Well, that and the nature of these programs may create unnecessary discomfort and confusion among students who have not encountered these issues. Like, I guess, uncomfortable telling kids, I don't care what color you are, I don't care what you look like, that, bullying and harassment is, whether it's racial, whether it's anything else.
Well, that's SEL, right? To be clear, and that's the 3 R's. This is specific to racism. This is specific to racial training and programming per the website of the Great Lakes Equity Center. I didn't make that up. That's what they say. It's training and programming on racial harassment. And
So this does not include existing programming.
no, it's the
But this seems like a blanket form. This is what I'm saying. And so if we're doing things, for instance, our handbook, I had emailed you, calls out, we have anti-harassment clauses that we review with students. And so technically, because we're saying that this is a blanket policy, that's covered in there. I don't know that the definitions in here are robust enough to indicate this or that. Do you get what I'm saying?
Well, I'm sorry,
ahead. No,
Michelle.
I'm-
I was going to say, like we have opt-out forms for a number of things here in Hartland. And, if this was an opt-out form, and again, I'm not for this, but if this was an opt-out form, that would be one thing. But I think you opt in when you go to Hartland Consolidated Schools. We're a public school, and like, if there's something that's a concern for you and you want your child to opt out, whether it be something in health class, but I mean, you could, if you put an opt-in form on everything and you word it in such a way where parents would be like, well, I don't want my kid doing that because that doesn't sound right, when they don't know what it is. So I personally, I think an opt-out form would be a better option for your avenue than rather as opposed to an opt-in.
This is well beyond any expectation of a parent who enrolls their students in public schools. There is not a single parent in this district who enrolls their kids in school and thinks, geez, tomorrow the district might sign an agreement with the Federal Department of Justice and a woke institute put together by the Department of Education and require my 4-year-old to undergo race-based training. Nobody thinks that. Absolutely not. And there are very few other districts that have taken the steps that this district has to implement that. So this is well above and beyond any standard expectation of a parent, and I think that's why it deserves a special opt-in form, not opt-out. There are still plenty of parents who don't even know that this district has signed this agreement and made these arrangements, and they don't know to what extent it applies, and they don't understand the ramifications. So making this opt-in will help facilitate that communication with the parents to stand out that, no, this is not just an average day in public school. This is something well above and beyond that, that involves the federal government getting involved in your child's, it's not even education, in your child's.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Just going off what Glenn said, because I think he made a good point, and we had the discussion today about it in the meeting. But when he talks about the DOJ and how much of this is this policy about the DOJ and what's going to come out of the training, and I guess is that a yes or no? And then my follow-up to that is, you know, all of our social skills work and all our things that we teach our children, harassment's all part of it.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want students to harass, and race is part of that. There's education that goes along with that we do currently.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that's when his question was right, that when he says it's about the DOJ part, like the thing that's being created by the DOJ, or versus whether it's created by us. But then I think this is going to be created by us, and this could be something that we talked about today, could be really good, that we can create out of this whole thing that would be good for our students, that would be appropriate, that parents will see ahead of time, that you guys will see ahead of time before kids even see it. I mean, I'm a little concerned about what we're currently doing when it comes to harassment. But I'm also have huge concerns on the opt-in also, because that's a barrier in itself. Opting out is a better way that we'll get more kids involved with critical education on anti-harassment, not to harass students. Where opt-in will be chasing parents, and parents may forget to do their form and sign it just like the other way. That argument doesn't wash with me because it's the same no matter what side you go on.
I want to answer your first question, because you said, as a DOJ, it is the development with the Great Lakes Equity, with oversight of the DOJ, right? We're writing something. I respect you as an assistant superintendent, but are you are you somebody that can develop this whole process with, of course, with support, but how do we develop a process that's unproven and say that we would prefer that we get more kids into it and not, that's, to me, like, a parent needs to understand that this may affect their child. And, it is something to be said about, there's a big movement about, getting kids, to be more activated when it comes to things like that. Kids are just trying to grow up. You guys know this better than anybody, right? You deal with it every day. We've been having SEL. You guys have done SEL. We've done the 3 Rs and everything. And it seems that you guys is it getting worse? I mean, are we doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result? That's one question. The other question is how do we know this is going to work, right? Like, because our kids, like, it's a test subject. We're creating test subjects when we're developing something and we want to teach and program. The word program is on the Great Lakes Equity website. Programming is in and of itself a negative connotation, which that's why it's included in here, so that parents truly understand they may not have the same values that you're teaching and may not want them to be in here, and they won't know it because the opt-out form is not in there, right? Like, this is an opportunity the parents may all sign this. You don't know that. They may look at this and be like, oh yeah, our kids need this. And they may sign it. You're assuming they won't because you know that a lot of people don't want it, right?
I think most people will want it.
Okay, then what's the problem?
Then we do an opt-out form and we're not chasing down parents and having parents trying to decide, like forgetting to do the form and all the things that you talked about before.
Why would you be chasing parents down though?
The opt-in, opt-out argument is a wash. It either way, it's a wash.
Yeah, but when they make the choice to do it, don't you feel safer with the parents?
When you have a majority of parents that want to do it, then we offer it. And we send all the information to the parents ahead of time with a neutral opt-out form, not one that's biased, that tilts parents a certain way.
Well, I think the training's biased.
Like this one does.
Myself.
Not the ones that we're going to create. That's the point I'm trying to make, is that we have this committee that we're going to go and create this and do things that knows is going to work for us and our community and our constituents and our student base. And we're going to make sure that happens. And if we don't, and that's what we talked about in the meeting today, was that we will push back on that. If the DOJ goes and says, you know what, no, that's not right, because Glenn made a comment about like white privilege and CRT things, and we were in agreement that we're not going there. We're not going to ever do that. And so we're going to do things that we are going to create our committee, share with the board, share with parents, and have a neutral form to say, if you want your kid to opt out of this, you're welcome to do that. I mean, I think that's the way to go. Administratively, I'll say our principals, I'll absolutely speak for them. They're not for this at all. And for a vast majority of our teachers, I can guarantee you they're not for this at all too.
Well, I'm speaking for parents.
Yeah, at that DOJ DEI meeting, I don't remember how many parents came, but 50, 60, 75. I think there was 1 or 2 in favor and the rest were opposed. I absolutely know there is not a majority. If you put this to a vote of the parents in the community, I'm guessing you're going to come about 98-2. So there is not a majority of parents that support this.
If I can just state that what we discussed earlier, I think the wording in this form is scaring some folks thinking that we can no longer talk about racial harassment at all. If that's what I understood this afternoon, it seemed that the concern was that if this form is used, then everyone's going to be questioning, just when can I talk about racial harassment? Just when can I talk about racial issues? In other words, this may not be specific enough to the actual training that Michelle is referencing. Am I kind of right, kind of wrong?
To me, my opinion.
Okay.
But I will say that I don't think an opt-in form is the right way to go.
The one thing about an opt-in form, it forces the issue to make sure that a parent understands what they're putting their kid into.
Just had conversations earlier about trusting our parents, that our parents are not dumb and they know, and they'll read it and they'll figure out whether they want to do it or not. We just had that conversation. So I'm not sure why an opt-out form would be a problem.
So, state again, the reason to an opt-in form.
Because this is an important subject, and we're going to create something that's going to be good for our students to learn. And so we want our students to do it, part of what we do, and if parents really don't want their kids to take it, they can opt out of it.
I think you'll have every opportunity in the world to go sell that to parents. And so the opt-in, anything that moves more control to parents, I am 100%, 200% in support of, especially when it is something like this that is so outside the bounds of the normal operation of a public school district. This is something you've never done before. You've been in education for 25, 30 years. You've never done this before. Mr. Hughes has never done this before. Nobody has done this before. And now we're saying, well, we're just going to try to force everybody to jump in and like Trustee Blondell said, turn them into test subjects when higher education is saying this doesn't work. U of M pulled the plug on decades worth of DEI.
Let's not argue that what they do and what we do are totally different.
Well, let's not follow that then.
Is this something that we could potentially wait until it's developed and then determine if it's opt-in, opt-out? Because we're talking about stuff that hasn't even been developed by the committee yet. So we have in our heads what we feel like it's going to look like. And I hear that maybe there's some questioning if that's really going to be the outcome. So perhaps we wait until it's actually developed and then we weigh in. Because it's coming back in front of the board anyhow.
Yeah, it has to.
Are you saying wait on the policy or on the form? Is this a combo deal or are we voting on them separately?
They were presented as a combo deal in the,
I think the opt-out policy, I'm kind of with Glenn on, that it's kind of seems like it gives a different impression of what it actually we're trying to do. Like when you read it, it kind of goes, well, we're not going to be able to do any kind of racial harassment education for our students, which is not accurate. Because even if the DOJ wasn't involved with this, we're still doing it. We have to do it.
That was the fear, I think, expressed this afternoon.
Right.
It was,
but the form itself is, the form itself, I don't know how we could use that. It's not worded anywhere near as neutral as it should.
and it doesn't reflect the actual content or what is actually created.
Right,
Because
we haven't created it yet.
Mr. Scott, you alluded to a 4-year-old. And if my 4-year-old leaves my house and thinks it's okay to talk to someone, I hope someone corrects them.
That's not the intent. The intent is not to stop any of that. It's to help everyone understand you're developing something and you don't know an outcome. You don't know how it's going to affect the children. You don't know what we've got SEL, we've got 3 Rs. It's still, you're saying it's not working. We need to do this. How do you know it's going to work? But yet you don't know. You're taking a student and the parents. You're taking the moral compass away from the parents, right? Like it doesn't matter if we agree with them or not, or however you train them. It's not. We have a responsibility for education, not all of this extension of education. And that's what I'm saying is that parents should be the sole purpose or the sole person to dictate their students' experience at school. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying that the opt-in form, everybody can weigh in. It's just something that I feel is important, that, it brings to light that this is a new developed process. It's newly developed, or all of these things are not necessarily, provable.
If the DOJ and the MAP Center was not part of this, would we be sitting here having this conversation? Because we develop stuff all the time.
Well, yeah,
that's all of our programs, our math curriculum, our English curriculum. When we try new curriculums, we develop new things.
That's not emotionally. It's not
but
emotionally
but
targeting
emotionally
somebody.
stuff is part of our education of what we do.
Math?
It's critical to educate students.
No, I'm saying, but you said math. You change
I'm
curriculum
just
all the
saying,
time in math, and I was like, okay, I get it.
When you do programs, when you create programs, when you create anything, you don't know if it's going to work right away. You have to collect data. You have to figure out how it's going to work. This is no different.
And how do you know that whatever you create is going to be something that doesn't affect a student negatively, emotionally? You don't know.
And like anything that we do.
Right, but that's the point of the reason why this is.
So we don't do it
that.
at all. We don't train anything racially. No, we don't do anything about educating students over race.
If you highlight something like
That's
that,
what I'm
it creates
hearing.
division.
That's what I'm
No.
hearing. That's what
You just said you think everyone's going to opt in, right?
I say most parents will probably opt in when they
Okay.
see what we actually do, because I
Okay.
trust our committee to develop it.
But we also have agreed to let the Department of Justice have the final say in these
Yep.
training materials and the Great Lakes Equity Center. So, and it sounds like the troubling language from this draft form is directly off some of the Great Lakes Equity Center's website. Is that what you said, Trustee
I just
Blondell?
took the programming, yeah, like training
Yeah, so this
programming. I just did
troubling-
the standardized, like the policies, or I'm sorry.
Which makes sense if we were doing direct to student.
If we were what?
Doing direct to student, like direct to consumer, direct to student. If we were taking, say, a package and delivering it to our students, 100%, word for word. But this is reflecting something that hasn't been created yet.
But aren't we delivering that through our staff? Isn't the delivery mechanism our staff, right?
The delivery mechanism is whatever
We're asking them to-
personnel the Department of Justice authorizes to teach our students. Because that's been signed away too.
I'll use a benign example, hopefully, with the opt-in versus opt-out. As a district, how do we decide if somebody, whether we're going to use an opt-in form for a field trip? I mean, as parents, we get those. Does that mean that most of the people aren't going to opt into the field trip?
There's usually exchange of funds with the field trip. That it doesn't correlate to me, but maybe it does others.
I think the point, though, is that
It's
a
my-
very, specifically for the DOJ training, it's a very polarizing subject for many in the community. Maybe we can agree or disagree on how many that is, whether it is or isn't. But the point is, I think the parents should be the final arbiter of whether or not the content that we are having to put in front of our students is something that they want. And
I agree.
I don't think there's mistrust in what our group intends on doing. I think there's a tremendous mistrust in the DOJ and a tremendous mistrust in them coming back on a whim and saying, no, this really isn't good enough. That fear is out there. I have that fear.
And then we deal with it when that comes.
Because this doesn't, so
It hasn't
Glenn,
been
to your
created
point,
yet.
this doesn't represent, this form, for me, doesn't represent what our team is doing, which is the
That's
trusting
what I'm
component that
saying,
you
yeah.
had indicated.
Right.
So I guess that goes back to my question about if these are together or independent. If we're saying we can't create the actual form till we have the actual training materials, then that would mean right now we can only create the policy.
When Michelle read the policy, Chris asked for clarification and said, is this, or when you read the motion, Chris asked for clarification, said, is this for the form or the policy? And you said the policy. And you said, and then the DEI, CRT, and SEL, which is here on our agenda, you said it wasn't called that, but it was called this racial harassment training, whatever.
I took out SEL.
Yes.
Yes.
So does that mean that we're only looking at voting on the policy? Because that's what she stipulated when she read the motion.
So, I submitted the policy, and then I followed up with the form.
Right.
Because that was what the policy was saying, is that there's
The
an
policy
opt-in
references
procedure.
the form.
Correct. So I needed to develop
They're going to
the
have
form.
to go together.
And just so the board knows, usually what happens is the board establishes policy with an expectation that the administration creates the form that we then put out there to our parents. And I think what I heard Dave say is, what we create is usually a very neutral form that simply says, I've looked at the materials and I want to opt in or I want to opt out. Very generic. And what our concern on this particular way it's written is, as a parent, you're going, oh my gosh, what is this stuff? And you're not, it's very biased towards saying, no way in heck am I going to adopt into this. Versus the board saying to us, the administration, if you recall last spring, when we did the survey with the students, my first students, I forgot the name of it exactly, but my student voice. The board was very adamant that we send that out to our parents first, which we did. We sent it out, parents got to look at it, and then they chose whether or not their children would take it when it was time. And what we're saying to the board is, we don't think that the opt-in option is a good option. It's going to be much harder to try to get the majority of students to be involved in what we're doing, which we think is good for kids. But we're more than open to the board to say, everything you do, when it's adopted, when we create this and it's adopted by the board, we're going to send it out to our parents. We're going to make sure they have it. They're going to take the time to look at it and then decide to fill out an opt-out form or do nothing and their kids do it. Same with surveys. We're going to send the survey out. We're going to say, here it is. If you don't want your child to do it, just sign off that your child's not doing it. Or like one person told me, if you just tell me when they're going to take it, I just won't send them to school that day. Well, that's your choice as a parent as well. So that's our whole piece on this. I think if you're going to do anything, you should be looking at policy adoption is what you're doing at the board here.
Yeah, and the policy does not indicate some connection to this particular form. It does have some form requirements. So, we could even add something to the policy if we wanted that the form come across the board table prior to being presented to parents, I suppose.
This policy also isn't specific to just the work around the DOJ, though.
Well, it says that it's between Hartland Consolidated Schools, Great Lakes Equity, and the Department of Justice.
Yeah.
That's the policy statement. So it is specific to that. There's a lot of controversy around this kind of stuff.
Yeah, so I don't think it would apply to any of the things we're currently doing or policy reviews.
No. Mm-mm. But that was a valid concern. It's like, is that going to stop us from doing what we're currently doing in terms of this? The policy clarifies. The form needs clarification. And I don't see why these two have to be married to one another here. The form can always be created.
Well, like Chuck said, they create the forms, right?
Well,
I was just providing guidance, I guess.
So can I move to amend the motion to adopt new policy? It doesn't have a number, so we'll have to refer to it as the as presented EEI policy. Is that clear, or do I need to expand? Again, in the interest of trying to move this along. Amend it to eliminate the form from the motion. So we just vote on the policy, the opt-in policy for racial harassment training, programming, and surveys.
Motion by Mr. Keller to amend the policy to eliminate the form.
Support.
Supported by Mrs. Blondeel. Any discussion? I'll be honest, guys, I need some additional time with this verbiage. I'm supportive of a standard, I'm supportive of a structure. But to continue this, let's just move forward. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Gogoleski?
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman?
No.
Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
No.
Mrs. Blondeel?
Yes.
And I'm a no, that motion passes.
Just to amend.
That was to amend. So now,
I move to adopt the policy, adopted policy for racial harassment training, programming, and surveys as a standalone policy without the opt-in form.
As amended.
as amended.
Second.
Mr. Scott's motion to adopt the policy as amended, supported by Mr. Gogolewski. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Gogolewski?
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman?
No.
Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
No.
Mrs. Blondeel?
Yes.
And I'm a no, that motion passes. Item 2D.
So I had submitted to the board last week. I had originally submitted a resolution entitled "Resolution to Commit to Open Committee Meetings with Public Attendance and Comment." I had submitted for inclusion in the board package. It was not selected, but I do appreciate that President Glaybach did add a discussion regarding committee structure. However, I feel it's necessary to begin conducting committee meetings in open immediately. I'm going to read the resolution. Whereas the Hartland Consolidated Schools Board of Education recognizes the importance of transparency, accountability, and community involvement in the decision-making process of the district, and whereas the board values the input of parents, students, staff, taxpayers, and other stakeholders in the development of policies and decisions that affect the district, and whereas open meetings and public engagement are in line with the best practices for effective governance of public school districts and foster trust between the board and the community. Now therefore it be resolved that effective immediately, all committee meetings of the Hartland Consolidated School Board of Education shall be open to the public for attendance and comment in accordance with applicable laws and regulations regarding public meetings. Be it further resolved that all committee meetings shall provide opportunity for public comment and under guidelines established by the committee chair for the respectful and orderly participation of community members. Be it further resolved that all committee meetings shall be recorded and live streamed, and that all recordings shall be made publicly available for transparency and public review. Be it further resolved that Hartland Consolidated Schools will provide adequate public notice of the committee meetings to ensure that public has ample opportunity to attend and participate. Resolved this 16th day of December 2024. I move that the Hartland Consolidated Schools Board of Education adopt the resolution to commit to open committee meetings with public attendance and comment.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Scott, supported by Mr. Gogolewski. Well, taking the fire from my policy, but while I have no problems necessarily with the resolution, I think it's a cart before the horse because our policy doesn't have any meat on it today. So I did send the team a policy revision in which I think needs to happen in order to support it, that clearly delineates what a committee is and isn't, because it is not a decision-making body, nor does it have any authority over staff, over anything like that. And so the reason it was added as a discussion item was so that the two could come together. But Mr. Scott chose differently, obviously, at the beginning of the meeting. So that is my 2 cents.
And so the reason I did that, and I did go back and forth, obviously you and I have discussed the committee structure, and my feeling is that our current committee structure, if it doesn't violate the Open Meeting Act, it walks the line and probably trips over the line. I have, I'll kind of give you where this started. I took the MASB orientation as directed by the orientation policy, and part of what MASB dictates is that all committee meetings should generally be open to the public, open to public comment, et cetera. And so I had a conversation with one of the MASB attorneys who reviewed our current policy and said, well, it doesn't say that they're open or closed. It's just as a policy that it's not a decision-making entity, which is true. However, case law and several attorney general opinions have decided that just because a committee doesn't have decision-making authority does not mean that they don't affect the decision process, right? And so, for example, the Library of Michigan has a Open Meetings Act handbook, and their policy is that board meetings have to be open if the business could lead to a decision. So even though their committees don't have the authority to make decisions, they want to act in the best interest of following the law and make sure that even if it could lead to a decision, that it's held open. Attorney General Mike Cox in 1990 something gave an opinion that if an exercise of government authority which effectuates public policy, then it is subject to the OMA. And if the committee is effectively authorized to determine what items come across the table of the full board, then they should be under the Open Meetings Act. So that means if a committee, for example, when I was in Building and Site and we talk about transportation and we talk about some ideas that we want to bring to the board, well, those ideas we bring to the board for the board's decision, that's one thing. But the idea is that we throw in the garbage in that meeting is in fact a decision not to allow the board to discuss that. And that means that leads to decision making. And that's where we're walking the line right now. And I've talked, like I said, I've talked to one of the MASB attorneys, and his general idea was, well, why wouldn't you have them open? It's the best practice of public schools to do this. You're not going to have 100 people show up and have a call to public that lasts 3 hours. I mean, chances are nobody's going to show up. But what we're doing is showing transparency to the public. We're allowing public comment, participation, and recording and documenting those meetings so that if there is a accusation of an OMA violation later on, we can say, no, we held everything out in the public. And again, another item, Morrison versus East Lansing, courts ruled, and that was in a municipality case, not a school case, but similar situation. Their committees, East Lansing committees, were not authorized to render decisions, just like ours. However, the court found that they, again, determined what the board hears and sees that was in itself part of the decision-making process, and therefore they were violating the Open Meetings Act. So I feel it's necessary to begin holding open meetings immediately. I'm all for the policy revisions, absolutely. But if that takes 3 months, that means for the next 3 months we continue to violate the OMA.
I will say that.
Hold on.
Mhm.
You're indicating,
Potentially. How's that?
thank you.
You're welcome.
We can't be doing that. Go ahead.
I do know that in Fenton, recently, they did away with their committees, and now they have full meetings, as suggested by Mr. Scott. And I understand the reason for it. I mean, there's a lot of good discussion that can come out of that.
I'm pretty sure that I can't remember the school district next door, Milford. I think they have open committee meetings. Pardon?
Huron Valley.
Huron Valley, thank you. I believe they have open committee meetings in their district. That works well. It generates interest in future school board members too. So then they start to get involved and understand it before they get on.
Good point.
I can appreciate, President Gleibach, your concern with the policy. I think we do need to do that. To me, when I read this, it's basically a commitment by the board to go do it. So that's why I think in this case, it's not necessarily, putting cart before the horse, because again, it's saying we're going to do this. Maybe it takes a month, 2, 3, 4 months, whatever it may take to get the policy. Appreciate that you've already put some draft language out there. So hopefully it won't take long. But again, for me, this is just a commitment that the board agrees that we want to move forward with that. And for that, I am supportive.
If it came together, I would 100% be supportive. Thank you. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I've got a question. In the next to last paragraph, it states that we'll record all the meetings, live stream all the meetings, and that recordings will be made publicly available, blah, blah, blah. When this is not possible, say there's a technical difficulty, say there's some issue, where does this put us? Like what, are we now breaking policy, or you know what I mean? It's
As Treasurer Keller said, this is not policy. It's a commitment by the board to hold open board meetings while we can figure policy out. So
It is not policy.
I don't think I don't think there could be any negative or legal ramifications from a technical difficulty.
I'm just going to chime in real quick here, and then we can vote. I just don't understand, like, you indicated that, like, not anybody's going to show up anyways, right? So where are we going with, I mean, like, you've been on a couple meetings already. The conversation that can be had in a smaller setting, I think I for one appreciate. Like, I appreciate the fact that I've got the ears of the superintendent, the assistant superintendent, it's myself and a couple other board members. We can just have a little bit of conversation. We're not making decisions, we're just being informed. And I'm just wondering, when you go to this, I'm assuming it's going to be out here, and then you're going to have call to the public. Are you going to be able to have those same conversations, or because you're going to get 7 people's input as opposed to just 2 or 3 people just bouncing around what they're hearing? Again, I mean, again, it's going to pass. That's fine. I wonder why it's so necessary.
And I do want to bring up one thing that I think the district and me personally will continue to monitor is we've had several meetings where people cannot act like adults. And so I can't have, our resource officers at these meetings. People are going to have to behave themselves, and if they don't, we're going to have to rethink this as a district.
So to answer your question, Trustee Costa, the idea of, yes, I know very few people will attend, but to have them documented, recorded is going to help us from a liability perspective if there's some accusation that a committee was making decisions or whatnot. It also, by publishing them, it gives the ability, so I'm not proposing that these are all committee of the whole. So I'm not proposing 7 people have to show up. I'm proposing that it's still 2 or 3 people, but by posting them and making them available to the public, that means a board member who's not on that committee who has interest in the subject can still attend without breaking the law. There's going to be subjects we're dealing with over the coming months and years, I believe, that are going to want more attention, especially when it comes to some safety items, maybe to these transportation items. And right now, board members are prohibited from attending committee meetings in fear of violating the OMA. This would alleviate all those concerns.
Any further discussion on item 2D? Resolution. Hearing none. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Gogolewski?
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mr. Costa?
I don't think it's necessary, no.
Mrs. Blondeel?
Yes.
I'm a no. I'll support it when the policy comes. That motion passes. Moving on to items 3A, new and revised policy, Edgar revisions and additional updates. There's a list of several policies that came through from Neola in regards to some of our legislative changes. Chuck, do you want to give a very quick overview of those? You all have them in your packet. I ask that you take a look at them, bring forward any concerns before the next meeting so that we can understand if we need to do modifications prior to doing modifications at the full.
Yeah, those policies are very self-explanatory. The first group, the largest group there, are really having to do with accounting principles, things that have to be in place based on practices for how we record all that information. Rachel, do you need to say anything about that?
No, these are all federally mandated and really just apply to federal grants and spending of federal grants. And so the uniform guidance was updated. Our policies just have to reflect those updates.
And then policy for employment of co-curricular, extracurricular, we're already doing that. Everybody has to be trained, CPR, all of our coaches, and AED training. So we're already doing that. We're already taking care of the opiate antagonist policy. This just makes sure that it's updated, but we already have those. You have a policy with that available on campuses throughout the district. Let's see, the policy 5340, student accidents, again, we already have a cardiac response plan in all of our EDPs, which are emergency development plans. Kate operates those and makes sure those are up to date every year. When this came out, we looked and we already have the cardiac response plan in all of our plans, so that'll be good. Student conduct, again, just the AI. If anybody watched 60 Minutes yesterday on AI and how schools are dealing with students taking a picture of their teacher, their principal, a girl, a boy, and you have this AI platform, there's many of them out there, that then takes that picture that has clothes on and creates an AI version without clothes on and passing that around. Really, really dangerous stuff and certainly hurtful stuff. So, in the world we live in, I think about how some of the stuff have come out on social media and stuff about me over the last 4 years, and it's just a matter of time someone decides they're going to put a picture of naked Mr. Hughes out there. I'm just saying that it's just a matter of time, right? Like, it's silliness, but it's a reality. So those are the AI versions there. And then criminal justice information security. We do get audited every year on our files for hand fingerprints and whatnot. That just makes sure we understand that we have these procedures and we have to follow them. Quick and dirty.
Thank you. Item 3B, transportation follow-up. Mr. Scott, would you like to review this, understanding it is 11:11 and some of us have to wake up in roughly 5 hours?
I think Mr. Hughes has put out quite a good update several times on transportation and made it available last week at a Q&A session, so I don't think we need to discuss it at this point.
Item 3C, committee structure. This is in relation to policy 0155, if you have any feedback on that policy. And again, this policy is the support of the resolution that was passed today, but it actually creates meat around the policy and creates an actual policy. The resolution today was not a policy. If you could please review that and get any edits back to me, and we will be sure to include this in the packet for the public. Item 4A, future meetings. Next meeting, January 13th, 6:30 p.m. right here. We expect Ms. Blondil and Mr. Costa to both be in attendance. I expect both of you to also talk. I called to the public. Thank you. Item 4B, informational items. Does anyone have any informational items that they would like to share with the 10 troopers in the room?
No, but I'd like to say again before I leave, sorry. I'd like to say again, thank you so much. It's been an honor to represent the community. It's been an honor to work with all of you. Whether we agree or not, I still respect you. Hopefully you feel the same.
Mr. Scott?
And I just wanted to say, I have 2 pages written about Trustee Blondil, but in this, to avoid time going on until 12:30, I will say it's been a pleasure to serve for just 2 meetings with you overlap. I'm glad we got to do that, and because you are one of the people who kind of got me interested in paying more attention to what goes on at this table. From your first meeting, I think I ran up to you frantic that, again, I didn't get a chance to do the call to the public after they changed the agenda. And so I appreciate all you've put in over the last 2 years, sticking to your guns, and also always talking about the impact of the students, which I think is very, very important. So thank you.
Mr. Scott, maybe you could read that to her after, and you could stay here till 12:30.
I was going to bring a charcuterie board for you, Michelle, but that's a private joke, so.
Awesome. Any additional informational items? Hearing none. Item 5, we are adjourned. Good night.
But we were having so much fun. Three people stayed till the
You're supposed to bring it to my house so I could like drop it off tomorrow and they're like